What's up everyone, how are you all? Today we are back with another blazing Naruto story. What if Naruto cried alone every night until Kurama taught him to embrace the hate? If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments. And also check the description box to original creator of this beautiful creation. From inside the office within the Hokage Tower, a young man that was 19 years old stood proudly. He was looking out the large windows, watching his village with careful, cerulean blue eyes. He was at peace, finally. The Hokage monument had the previous Hokage's faces upon it. The Shodame, Senju Hashirama. The Naidame, Senju Tobarama. The Sandame, Jiji, as he had affectionately called him but better known as Sarutobi Hiruzen, his father, the Yondaime Namikaze Minato, Obachan Senju Tsunade, and lastly himself, the Rokudame Uzumaki Naruto. Soon, there would be a Nandame. With everything that had happened over the last 6 years of his life, the peace that the elemental nations were in was well deserved. The other Kages and their villages were all in good terms with another. No malice between the other, however a few skirmishes of bandits here and there still occurred. From the horrible experience of the wave mission to the corrupted Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara's insane plans and the battle and promise of Otsutsuki Kagaya, it was all worth it. Many sacrifices had to be made to get to this point, but with the help of his friends, his precious teammates, he was able to accomplish the impossible. He may not be wearing the Hokage robes at the moment, namely because he didn't want to. He didn't like the colors, now that he thought about it, but he'd never tell anyone that except his wife. However, he donned his specially made coat. It was a cream-colored long coat with sleeve, with the kanji, Rokudame Hokage, imprinted on the back in dark red. He also had the kanji for 9 underneath that, symbolic for what he was, a Jinchuriki. Underneath, he wore the standard Jonin green vest, his former Konoha Hite 8 stitched to the left side of said vest, a deep orange-red shirt and black pants. Matching black half gloves and zori were adorning his hands and feet respectively. His current Hite 8 had the kanji for shinobi upon it, reminding him of his and his friends' struggles through the extreme battle of the Fourth Shinobi War. His spiky blonde hair grew out over the years, and he had to keep it maintained to some degree, lest his wife of 1 year reprimand him for it. His tan skin was still as it was, with his 3 whisker-like birthmarks upon each side of his cheeks. Since he was older from 3 years ago, his normally round eyes slanted a little more, and while he had to maintain his hair, the sides grew out and cupped around his face, both traits being reminiscent of the late 4th Hokage. While it seemed like he was simply idling the time away, he was in fact waiting for a few individuals to come. He had sent out a messenger hawk to summon them. He hoped he wouldn't have to wait too long. Some force within him was drawing him to stop moving, to drop down dead and become a statue. Stubbornly, he forced it down, wanting to prolong what was to come for him. He knew he wasn't going to like what he would say to them when they arrived, and he knew they wouldn't like it, either. But, it was inevitably happening, and leaving without telling anyone his fate would be less than pleasing. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait for long. He sensed the familiar chakra signatures outside the door. With a strong voice, he simply said, "Enter." Opening the door was an older man, most likely in his 30s, with silver hair in a peculiar gravity-defying style, garbed in the standard Jonin attire but had his face covered. Normally his Hite 8 would have been covering his left eye out of habit, but this time, it wasn't. He also would have a typical book and reading it about now, but again, he wasn't. His dark gray eyes, both of them, settled on the young man behind the desk, staring out the window passionately. The next person to enter was a young woman, 19 herself, with pink hair and green eyes. She, as well, also wore the standard Jonin attire, her Hite 8 worn in her hair instead of around her forehead as most would. Next to her was another young woman, the same age as the other kunoichi, with midnight blue hair trailing down to her backside. Very similarly dressed to the other female, but instead her Hite 8 was worn around her neck, and her pale white eyes found themselves on the young man as well. She closed the door behind her after she entered. Another young man within the same age group as the previous duo shunshined inside. He was dressed in Anbu gear, complete with the mask. It was a snake mask he wore. His dark hair was visible, in a strange, gravity-defying way much like the first male's hair. His sword was sheathed and strapped to his backside. He is the captain of the Anbu Corps of Konoha. Good. They were here, and now, He could inform them of the grave news he'd been keeping to himself for a long time. "Hokage-sama," all four said, bowing respectively. "Rise, it's all right," the Rokudame said as he turned around to face the four in the room. He went towards the desk and activated the privacy seals throughout the room. Once done, the four stood up, curious. "I understand you all are wondering about why I summoned you here." A collection of acknowledgement met him and he continued, "I'll get straight to the point since there isn't a reason to sugarcoat this. I'm dying." Their reactions were quick. "What?" The pink-haired female was the first to speak up, rather loudly. The silver-haired ninja eyed the blonde, narrowing them. He was upset that his former student was telling them this at the last minute. The second female gasped, straining herself from not shedding tears while the Anbu captain stiffened but was equally shocked. "How? Pardon for my abrasiveness, but Hokage-sama, if you had a terrible illness." The first kunoichi began again but was stopped. "Sakura," he said, his sharp tone silencing her at the moment to get her attention, "there wasn't much you or Tsunade-sama could do about it. It's not an illness." He focused on the rest of them. "It's what happens when a biju is extracted from its host, the host dies." Was Kurama. The silver-haired Jonin started but the Rokudame shook his head. "No. It was when I separated the remaining biju from my person 3 years ago, similarly how Otsutsuki Hagoromo did." He paused, his audience hanging on every word as he spoke. "It wasn't long when I started noticing strange symptoms happening to me a few months after the self-extraction of releasing the tailed beasts. I've consulted Yin Kurama about this and he's informed me that it was due to my chakra restarting the lives of the tailed beasts so that they may roam again. Because I've had Yang Kurama extracted from me once, my body had to forcibly adjust to that, not too easily, mind, and then Yin Kurama was sealed into me to keep me alive. I believe my body couldn't handle the strain of 2 extractions, whether forced or intended, so it's succumbing to death in one way or another." The Hokage walked around his desk, standing in front of the 4 he trusted with all his heart. "Last month, my body began to fade, for lack of better terms. I know I don't have much longer until I've completely faded from existence, but I know it will happen today. I'm entrusting the future of Konoha to you 4. He turned to the masked Anbu and smiled lightly. "Hubby, please remove your mask. I must speak with Uchiha Sasuke." Nodding, the Anbu captain removed his mask, revealing the last Uchiha. "Hokage-sama, I understand what you've been enduring. Please do not forget that the Rikudo Sennin granted me equal powers as yours. We can also sense one another. I had already known your signature was odd and slowly fading." Sasuke said, the last bit coming out slower than usual. This man, despite everything he had done in the past, was the current Hokage's best friend. In fact, they considered themselves brothers and promised one another to remain at each other's side until death does them apart. Unfortunately, death was about to tear them apart. Can this be reversed? The dark-haired kunoichi, Uzumaki Hyuga Hinata, his wife, asked, her pale eyes worriedly set on the Rokudame. The blonde turned to her, frowning deeply. He really didn't like saying this to his Hime, but there was nothing he could say to get around it. "No, it was best that she know everything. I'm sorry, Hinata-hime. There's nothing anyone can do about this." She gasped at this, and he knew her heart was already in the process of crumbling. He'd have to remedy that soon. Hitaki Kakashi, the silver-haired Jonin, spoke up next. "Have you tried alleviating it with your 6-path sage technique?" "I've tried it before, it only sped up the process unfortunately." "Naruto-kun," Hinata murmured under her breath. "This couldn't be happening. This has to be a mistake or a really bad dream. Not after all their hardships together, their struggles and their relationship as well. Hell, they'd only been married for a year. The Hyuga knew she suspected her husband was hiding something but he told her he would tell her in due time. That was why now she knew why." Haruno Sakura, the pink-haired medic nin glared at the blonde. "Why would you wait this long to tell us? What about everyone else?" While she wanted to stay respectful to her Hokage, there were some old habits that just wouldn't die. Shouting at her former teammate who had usually said or did something stupid. This was one of them. "Did you think we shouldn't have known about it or?" "Sakura, the reason I hadn't informed anyone until now because there were a few reasons why." He returned her glare with a passive glance, one that didn't harbor any anger for being disrespected nor any of the sort. When he got their attention again, he continued once more, The number one reason is because everyone would have started panicking just like you did and ask me questions that I do not have many answers to. Can't you imagine the uproar of the people if they were told this? There would have been an outrage. The room went silent after that. None of them said another word, only breathed the air around them. It was tense, they knew, but permission to speak freely, Hokage-sama. Permission granted, Hitaki-san. Kakashi nodded, a heavy sigh escaping his mouth, his eyes still upon his former student. Naruto, what have you planned to do now that this is happening? The man, despite being in denial that his sensei's son, his Hokage, was dying, furious even that he didn't tell them, and there wasn't a way to reverse or cure it, remained calm as possible. Naruto glanced at his former sensei and nodded. Yes, I knew my time would come right around today. I've already written down everything that I want in these scrolls here. He unsealed 3 separate scrolls that were on his person and gave them to Kakashi. However, the last one, he gave to Sasuke. Only you 4 are able to see what's inside. My condition is an S-rank secret, not to be mentioned outside this room. The contents inside the scrolls also follow. In a nutshell, these scrolls are my will. The Rokudame turned his gaze intently on Sasuke, the Uchiha returning it. He was scared, but kept it back. He noticed, when he squinted, he could see the telltale signs of a distortion and flickering particles of light emitting from his best friend's body. They were floating off slowly, like if he were performing some jutsu without hand signs. It was possible given who the young man was, but Sasuke knew Naruto wouldn't purposefully eliminate himself. No, his senses were correct in feeling Naruto's chakra signature lessening slowly every day. The man was using willpower alone to hold on for as long as he could, just to stand here in front of them. Sasuke, I know this is very informal of me, but I want to do this before I forget. The blonde smiled warmly and the Uchiha Anbu had a strange feeling of what was coming. The others gave their Hokage their attention, wondering. You were my rival back when we were in academy. You were my teammate when we were genin. And despite everything we all went through, the pain, the internal struggling, the fighting, you stood by my side and fought the impossible together. Naruto's smile widened a little more while his eyes continued to stare into the dark, endless pools of his friend. We saved the elemental nations together, and you've been a blessing as both my best friend, advisor and personal guard. It is this that I appoint you, Uchiha Sasuke, as my successor as the Nandame Hokage. If it had been any other person, they would have dropped the Anbu mask that Sasuke was currently holding. 3 years ago, he had declared he wanted to be Hokage in recognition of his change, and his restoration of the Will of Fire. However, the public had chosen Naruto over him, but that was fine. He knew that the blonde would choose him as his successor because they shared the same ideals, the same passion for the world. Together, they were bound by Hagoromo's yin and yang, bound by ancestry further than the Uchiha and Senju clans. But to hear the words come out of his best friend's mouth, it stunned him. He thought he'd have to wait patiently for a few more years, maybe longer, given the Uzumaki's lifespan, complemented by his heritage. Hokage. Naruto. Sasuke breathed out slowly, still trying to reel his mind in like a fishing pole does a fish around this. He was expecting this, anticipating it even, but it still stunned him nonetheless. Naruto, I accept the position. The Uchiha bowed in respect. This caused the blonde to chuckle. Hey, Teme, don't do that, you're technically my superior now. Like you've always wanted to be, Naruto joked harmlessly, causing the room to partially lighten up. Sasuke rose from his bow and allowed a genuine smile cross his face. Dobi, hey, that's the Sasuke I know. Anyway, listen, the scroll you have in your hands, Sasuke, is my written will of appointing you as my successor. The village S-rank secrets will be for your eyes only. Also, make sure you use Kage Bunshin to help you with the war that is paperwork. It'll overwhelm you if you don't. Sakura looked down in remorse once the jovial aura of the room dissipated. She was still in denial herself, but, now that she had a better look at Naruto, some parts of his body seemed to flicker into intangibility for half a second before resuming the solid state. If she squinted, she would have seen the fragile light particles rising of his form as well. She just couldn't. No, she couldn't just accept her friend was going to disappear. But the signs were there and she knew he wasn't doing this on purpose. If only she could have seen it sooner, she and Tsunade-sama could have at least attempted to finding a way to help him. It wasn't fair. He always helped them in some way, shape or form. Why couldn't she ever return the favor? Kakashi observed his ex-students and Naruto's wife with rapt attention. He was still having a hard time wrapping his head around this whole ordeal. Even though he was older and was entitled to some secrets of his own, not because he had been, now, the Hokage, this was something the copy nin hoped Naruto to share with all his friends. He would have if he had time and the strength to do so. But then, the rest of former Rookie 9 would have raged in some way, like Sakura did. No wonder he hadn't. He thought to himself, coming to that conclusion. Dying, fading, disappearing. This situation was a delicate one, and the reason why Naruto hadn't made this announcement public, at least with the others, was because he didn't want them to worry about him. Kakashi assumed this as such. His sensei's son had always been like that since he had been the teen's Enbu guard in the past. A clearing of a throat alerted the four to look at Naruto again as his posture resumed its Hokage mode. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Sasuke, Hinata. You four are the only ones I can entrust this to at the moment. I know Shikamaru would have remained as calm and in shock at the same time with this knowledge, however, the four of you are closest to me. Naruto smiled warmly again, letting out a sigh, and when he did, allowed his chakra, or what remained of it, go. His body flickered again, but this time, the bright particles of light emanated off his person, visibly, and only continued to grow as it did. The three teens gasped while Kakashi remained as collected as possible. But there was no doubt he was feeling the same way as his former students. Naruto. Sakura screeched in worry, but the young man held up a hand to stop her from continuing. Don't worry, Sakura-chan. He used the suffix, one hadn't used in a long time, affectionately. Sakura was still one of his closest friends, and he used the suffix only when he wanted to grab her attention right on the spot. It did its job effectively as she stopped her forming rant and stared at him with a pained expression. You were keeping it in for this long, Kakashi said in a low voice. Naruto blinked at the statement, but nodded. Of course, hand it to his sensei to figure it out. You really can see through me and figure me out, huh? Kakashi smiled. It's a part of my job description as your sensei, Naruto. Even if I'm not anymore. The blonde smirked, rubbing the back of his head bashfully. Despite his position, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki could still get embarrassed. But I still consider you my sensei regardless. Nothing will change that. He couldn't finish as a blur jumped at him, grabbing him into a tight embrace. Naruto knew who it was and returned it. Hinata, why you were hiding this all this time? Hey, listen to me, He softly intertwined his fingers into her dark strands soothingly, not caring that he was being used as a crying pillow at the moment. No, he loved his wife, and even though his time was going out, he wouldn't leave without giving her a gift. I didn't want you to worry about me. I wanted to spend the time with you, with our friends, without that worry. Without you all knowing that this was my personal burden to bear. I just couldn't allow you to know. Because you would have gotten upset and then tried to find a way to reverse the effect. And, I just couldn't imagine how heartbroken you would be if I told you there was nothing you could do about it. Granted, he had told them now, but it was with friends and not alone. Hinata's form trembled under his touch, in fear that he would vanish before he finished. Her mind was still in denial, still believing this was some cruel joke or a well-thought-out genjutsu. But, she could feel him. His body felt lighter as she wrapped her arms around his form. And, when she opened her eyes, she could somewhat see right through him. Shinobi code be damned, she couldn't fight her strong emotions and these tears. Why couldn't? The former Hyuga heiress couldn't bring herself to finish her sentence. Naruto seemingly knew where it was going and answered anyway. I don't know. Kurama and the other Biju don't know either. But they compared this to when the Rikudo Sennin separated the Jubi from his body and created the 9 of them. He was getting old, though, so he couldn't contain the Jubi within his body anymore. He knew it would be released the moment he died, so he did what he had. The blonde held his wife in his arms, bringing her close as possible. I may not have had the Jubi within me, but I had the essence of the 9 beasts within me. I've already assumed the effect of separating them from myself caused my body to start disappearing. It's unstable and most likely, got attached to the Biju themselves and either attempted to become one of them and substitute everything with chakra. What does that mean? Sakura asked. He means because of the Biju's influence, his body adjusted to their pure chakra entities and adjusted to it. Without them, his body isn't a condensed form of chakra like they are and can't hold together any longer. Sasuke answered as if he had read the blonde's mind. Given their connection, it probably wasn't too far-fetched. That's why you said you were dying, Kakashi wondered. Another heavy sigh escaped him. You're not a Biju, yet your body assumed a half-state of being both human and a condensed structure of chakra. Yeah, that's it, Naruto replied factually, noting his ex-teacher's pained tone when he gave the layman's version of the explanation. Boy, this was turning out weirder as it went. Unfortunately, I can't survive without a solid structure of chakra within me. If I had young Kurama merged with his yin self, then I could be stabilized enough to remain in a solid form for as long as my human lifespan allowed. Was that really it? The low rumble of the nine-tailed Biju's voice echoed within his conscience. Naruto mentally nodded to his partner, his other best friend. Even though he had bonded with his yang version, the memories transferred over once the yin form had been sealed inside him during the war. Kit, you should have told me. I would have contacted my other self and this whole mess wouldn't be happening now. It wasn't like I really knew about that until today. Besides, your other self is happy being free. Why don't you go join him and merge together, anyway? You know full well why I'm not. I'm coming along for the ride, Kit. Naruto sighed internally. I tried, but he was happy that Kurama, well, one of him, was still by his side, no matter what. The blonde could remove the Biju from his person, but that would only upset his friend. The last thing he needed was another angry companion. It wouldn't do on his conscience knowing he had upset his friends. In fact, he still didn't want to disappear because it was doing the same thing, having a similar effect. No, it didn't matter how he approached this problem, the end results would have been the same. But you know, you would die with me. I wouldn't want that to happen. Don't give me that. I'm fully aware that I could die along with you. Despite there being no seal that holds me within you, I'm choosing this path. For all that's worth, being beside you for this long, I think our partner relationship could see death together. The darker orange-furred Kurama said within the mindscape. Naruto smiled at that. The greatest demon of all the elemental nations had finally gone soft. The world must be truly ending if he was saying something as sappy as this. Apparently the fox overheard this thought and growled non-threateningly. HMPH, don't push your luck, Kit. I'm not, trust me. The blonde replied back, chuckling a little. Thanks Kurama. It really is touching that you care. The large fox turned his head away, not in shame for being thanked, absolutely not. Of course, he'd never admit that, but his former container knew why and left it at that. It'd be something to use and tease the great fox later on in the afterlife. Once that thought processed, Naruto's body tensed and became a tad more sluggish. Everything felt heavier than usual, and his grip on Hinata was becoming a chore for him. Was this the effect of his body disappearing? In that moment, he gasped, unexpectedly kneeling to the floor. Everyone in the room reacted and practically flew to his side, minus Hinata, who was already there. Yeah, he felt like he was getting heavier and slower. Not to mention, the glowing light orbs that were emitting from his person were growing bigger, and he started the signs of fading. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke called out worriedly in unison. Kakashi's eyes betrayed him, feeling them burning with tears. He hadn't cried since the day his teammate, Uchiha Obito, was presumably dead, when he killed Nohara Rin, his other teammate, and the day his sensei died sealing the Kyuubi within his son. But now, he was struggling with them. His mask was chipping away at a leisure pace and he knew it wouldn't be long until the tears would fall from his eyes. He owed so much to the team that was crumbling to the floor, trying his best to remain with them a few moments longer. He had done many things for Kakashi, including restoring his left eye during the war, and bringing peace to the nations. He was never alone, but he had to give him credit. In his arms, Hinata was shaking even more. She didn't want him to leave her, she didn't want him to disappear. They had just been married a year ago, had been a happy, loving young couple, and they wanted to start a family. How cruel was this? Was this always the fate of Uzumaki Naruto? To never have a family? His father had died on the day he was born and now her husband was going to die before they finished their plans of having a family. It wasn't fair, it really wasn't. To herself, she chuckled darkly at the thought of fate. Her cousin, Neji, had been so obsessed with it before his view was changed by Naruto during their first time taking the Chunin exams. Neither she nor Naruto believed in fate, but could it have caught up to them now everything was at peace? A soft kiss to her cheek alerted her that her husband was still there. How much longer did she have in his embrace until he was no more? She glanced up to him, tears streaming down her face. Naruto-kun, I know this is painful. It's painful for even me, he started, and that's when she noticed he had fought back his own tears but failing miserably. I know our time has been cut short, but… Naruto placed a hand upon her stomach. She knew she wasn't pregnant at all, but now that she thought about it, they had interacted intimately a month ago. Hinata was quick to assume what he meant by this action, and her cheeks tinted a dark shade of red. I want you to take care of him. Him? A son? He knew they would eventually have a son? Then again, this could be his ability of having the six paths sage technique pulling through. Her breath hitched as the words stopped, but a comforting hand of her husband soothed her some. I understand. Naruto-kun. Oh dear, her stuttering returned. She thought she had gotten rid of that, but it resurfaced. The blonde laughed a little at her stammering. The sound of his voice warmed her core, but the situation they were in wasn't all too welcome. The feeling of coldness, dread, and loneliness was coming. She didn't want that. I don't want you to leave me. Please let there be some other way. I wish there was, Hinata. I so wish there was. It's too late to call the other Kurama here. Who knows how far away he is at this point. Naruto slumped forward even further, eventually becoming dead weight. He could barely keep his arms around his wife. It was seriously becoming more of a chore. He was putting his all into keeping them around her form, to hold her there close to him. She did likewise. The council will no doubt want to hear about this predicament. They'll have to be informed that I appointed Sasuke as my successor and finalize it, the Rokudame said again, his eyes glancing from Kakashi to Sakura and finally landing on his best friend, Sasuke himself. I'm sorry, all of you. What are you apologizing for, Naruto Baka? Sakura asked, using the suffix affectionately. He didn't mind anyway, it was normally used in private nowadays because the people would get offended if his former teammate called him that in public, thus disrespecting their Hokage. Other than not telling us that this was happening to you. This isn't your fault though. She finished, trying her best to keep her own tears back but also failing. To add what Sakura said, I hope you'd have come to us beforehand, Naruto, Kakashi added, looking at the blonde. We could have figured something out together. I know, but I thought it was nothing at first, but then when I figured out what was going on, I didn't want to worry anybody. You still could have told us something. Sasuke said with a firm glare in his dark eyes. Of course, everyone in the room was fighting back tears, including him. We're in this together, Naruto. Don't count us out of things like this. I know that now. I couldn't allow my friends to worry about me. I wanted to keep you all happy, away from my burden. But that was a huge mistake of mine that I'm now regretting. Damn right it was. Not you, too. You expect me to let you not live this down? No, not really, but… Naruto winced as he felt his arms shake and suddenly go numb. They fell to his sides and his body finally collapsed to the floor. Well, it almost did had Sasuke not caught his head before that. Everyone went on sudden alarm. They knew they were prolonging this, but they just needed more time with him. Just a little longer. Kami, don't let him go. Please let him stay for a little more. Hinata thought desperately. The light's getting brighter, and I feel so much heavier than before. And damn, I can actually see myself fading. Well, this sucks, Naruto thought. I can barely keep my eyes open. Well shit, our time's up, Naruto. You know, that offer about releasing you still stands. And when I'm released, the Hokage Tower will collapse and possibly kill innocent people below due to my size. Oh, right. Well, I could transfer you to Sasuke. I'm not going anywhere, brat. Kurama growled in finality. I just told you I'm coming along for the ride. Are you forgetting our friendship, Kit? No. But just thought I'd give it a shot again just in case you wanted to be free, again. Naruto realized how odd that sounded, since the young half of Kurama was the one that was out and not inside him. Boy, this was getting confusing. You know what I mean. The large fox chuckled deeply at his ex-cantainer's words. Sure, being free sounds delightful, but I'm content remaining here. Since you changed the Kami-forsaken atmosphere in here, it's been rather pleasing to stay. Besides, my other half is free to do what he wants. Dunno if I should be scared of that or not. Don't worry, he remembers our partnership with you. He is deciding to give humanity another chance, just as Kaguya has. Oh, alright then. I feel reassured then. All the Biju deserve to live and be free, not contained, and do what they want. Except destroying things for fun, of course. That's why I separated them from myself. To give them that freedom, that chance to be alive and not trapped inside someone's mind and strapped to a life of being contained. He meant every word of this, and he knew the nine-tailed fox knew it too. Only a growl of approval was his reply before Naruto returned his attention to his friends. He knew his time was running out and fast. His blue eyes glazed over, but he could see the worried looks in his friends' eyes. They were trying to hold their emotions in check, but he knew, he could feel them leaking out. It's all right to cry, Naruto breathed out. He grumbled to himself after he spoke. It was even harder to speak to them. His body felt like a giant piece of stone that wouldn't budge, no matter what he did. He felt numb all over. The only time he felt like that was when young Kurama had been extracted forcibly from him those years ago. He struggled to keep his eyes open, barely half-lidded, straining to keep the smile on his face. If he was going to die, or disappear, he wanted no more regrets. How ironic that he'd never see his family grow up, much like his father hadn't with him. Maybe Neji's obsession with fate has finally kicked in, he thought absent-mindedly. Don't you all regret anything after this? I may not be happy, I never will, but this, I have made my peace. Naruto fixed his gaze towards his former teacher. Sensei, please. Help Sasuke lead Konoha and the other nations. And keep your head out of your porn. He allowed himself a smirk, which the older male eyes smiled in response. It was the weary, saddened version of it, and Naruto knew, but he was glad his teacher understood. Sakura, keep training medic nins for teams in the hospital running strong. Tsunade Baan will still need you in the future. The pink-haired ninja closed her eyes but nodded solemnly. Sasuke. Naruto focused his attention to his successor, who met his gaze firmly. Keep Konoha healthy and strong. I know you will be a powerful Kage and just leader. I believe in you, Teme. He couldn't help but say that, in a serious but light manner. Sasuke smiled a true smile, nodding genuinely to his predecessor. Of course I will, Dobi. He replied, using the normal insulting name as a nickname. Like with Sakura, the two only called each other such names in private. It reminded them of their past, the good and the bad. His face turned serious as he spoke his next sentence, I will give my life for Konoha, just as the past Hokage have done, and you. Deep down, the Uchiha was hoping Naruto would remain longer. He couldn't bear to see his best friend in such a state, fading in and out like he was. Naruto's body was heavy, heavier than anything he's ever lifted before. Hell, he was using his chakra to keep his strength to holding the blonde from hitting the ground unforgivably. Naruto nodded, forcing himself to remain where he was. He could feel the effects of the disappearance creeping up on him. He wasn't sure how, but he felt it. Everyone, keep Konoha safe. That's an order, Naruto mumbled out weakly. Hi, Hokage-sama, the four numbly replied softly. They knew this was Naruto's final order and would respect and uphold it with their very lives. The blonde knew they would hold true to that, and finally allowed the force to take his right arm. Cringing at its painful symptoms, he turned his focus to the last kunoichi in the room, the one looking down at him with tears pouring out of her lovely, pale eyes. Grappling for some form of control of his left arm, the one nearest her, the blonde reached up, grimacing at the cost of pace but knowing he couldn't do anything about it, and touched her face. Hinata gently cupped her hands around his, never wanting to let go. Naruto-kun, smiling weakly, feeling his chest harden as his heart's beat steadily declined. His eyes were growing wearier by the second. The energy he was using to maintain some semblance of solidity and keeping his hand where it lay was taxing him. An extreme price to pay, but worthily. He didn't want to leave Hinata alone, with any regrets of his passing. The radiant speckles emitting from his body intensified, and his feet began to fade out. It started seeping up his ankles, closing towards his legs. His time was approaching, but he needed to say this. Come on. Just have to open my mouth. It's so hard, and I'm so tired. Damn it, just a little more. Naruto thought angrily. Don't forget me. Don't regret this. He managed to grit out. Naruto couldn't keep his eyes open any longer. He fought valiantly to keep them open, to see his beautiful wife's face, but they wouldn't obey him. Fuck. Still, he had his mouth working, albeit very hard to even maintain that control over it, too. With a deep sigh of relief, feeling the wetness of Hinata's tears splatter silently on his face, he ran his hand carefully over her cheek. Don't cry, my princess. Even if I'm not here, I will be here for you. So much for having control over his arm. The control slipped from him, as if a force pulled it out of his grasp. Hinata gasped when it did, but kept his hand to her face, trying to warm it for comfort. She couldn't speak, just listen to him. She knew these were his last moments and knew he had more to say. The fact her mind was starting to see the light of this situation wasn't making this any easier for her. Her eyes traced over her husband's body, noticing nearly half his body was vanishing. The brilliance wasn't doing her eyes any good, either. There wasn't time left, she had to do this now, again, before she lost him forever. She leaned over, her hair cascading over her shoulders as she did. It was strange to see some strands fall upon Naruto's near-transparent body and some to go through him as well. Hinata drew closer until their lips were touching. She could still feel and hear his breath, could still hear his heart beating although weakly. The Hyuga squeezed his hand one more time before setting it upon the floor, letting it go languidly. Naruto-kun, I love you, she said, cupping her hands around his face, allowing their lips to touch. He barely breathed out his response, tears streaming down his face once more. I love you, too. She pressed their lips together with a deep kiss. Hinata listened to his ragged breath hitch, accepting the comfort, and if he could, he would have moved to join her in this passionate moment. But no, he was stiff, finally going numb everywhere. He felt his beloved's tender touch, and would treasure it no matter what. They remained in that position until his entire form completely winked away with the glowing light. Hinata opened her eyes to find Naruto no longer underneath her. She was most definitely heartbroken, already feeling empty as the love of her life, her husband, was taken from her. She closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around herself and settled for silently sobbing. This pain, it was too much. She would weep and mourn his death for now. She wouldn't cry forever. He had made his peace, he left with no regrets. She would have no regrets either. But for now, she would settle for mourning him, just as she had for her cousin Neji. Sakura couldn't force her tears back this time, and they fell like an unstoppable waterfall. Kakashi placed a hand upon her shoulder, hoping to give the medic Nin comfort. Sasuke gritted his teeth together. He was frustrated and angry. Angry at Naruto for not telling them his condition. He sensed them, thanks to their bond, but he thought the idiot would tell somebody about them. But no, the bloke just had to keep them to himself. The Uchiha placed a hand on his bloodbound brother's wife's shoulder, trying to comfort her as well. If any indication by Naruto's gesture towards her stomach earlier, then they would have a mini clone of the blonde running around sometime in the future. Naruto, Sasuke thought in a whispered, longing tone, feeling disconnected in an eerie way. Perhaps it was because of the lack of the young half of Hagoromo's form that vanished alongside the blonde. Idiot, but wherever he was, he hoped it was the heavens and not in the pits of hell. He deserved to go up there, after all. Elsewhere, I don't feel bad anymore. It hurts, the pain of leaving them will never go away, but I can deal with it. Naruto thought. He felt like he was drifting off, like if he suddenly been floating on the surface of water. I'll never forget that last kiss, either. It's a shame you left on such a note. Kurama's voice murmured from within. Let's hope my other half comes around when your mate has your future kid. Yeah, that'd be great. I know we discussed a name for a possible kid. I already knew it'd be a boy though for some reason. Having this conversation while dying seems very odd and all but. Well, I have nothing else to do. Wait a minute. What's that I'm feeling? Kurama paused himself, now noticing the faint trace of energy. Peculiar. Why did it feel familiar to his own? When it grew closer, his eyes widened. Well, damn, it's my other half, he stated rather bluntly, a little bit surprised. Naruto, however, blinked in utter shock. Wait, I thought he was back in the realm of the living? So why is he following us to our death? Think about it for a second. He and I are one and the same. We both had contact with you, you being our most recent container. Some of your chakra had been inside him for a long duration, for 16 years. We're most likely dragging him down with us than him following. At that explanation, Naruto calmed down, then said a couple words that seemingly summed up their current situation. Well, shit, couldn't have said it better myself. And this will definitely put your world at risk of being off balance of chakra. Damn it. See, this could have been prevented if you'd had just accepted my offer and be released from me. Naruto grumbled. And be stuck there bored with humans I don't trust for the rest of my immortal life? HMPH. Good point. At that moment, both Naruto and Yin Kurama felt the presence of young Kurama's form. It felt like being slammed into a stone wall with a sword embedded through his heart. At least, for Naruto it did. For Kurama, well, it wasn't too pleasant, either. It seemed like the brilliant radiance that his body had emitted earlier hadn't gone away completely, as it wrapped the 19-year-old Hokage and the pair of Kurama into its luminescence. It felt peculiar. Wait, how were they feeling? Anything? Weren't they dying? Do dying people and chakra monsters feel anything anymore? Something tells me this isn't the end. Young Kurama mumbled. Indeed, Yin Kurama said after. With both of them there, Naruto felt a headache coming on. But he had to agree with them. This felt off for some reason. He wasn't sure what it was, but before he could say anything on the matter, he closed his eyes as the light blinded them all. All three of them thought one thing while it enveloped them. Shit, the day had gone by horrifyingly slow for one Namikaze Minato. The fourth had been waiting in anticipation, as today was the day his child was scheduled to be born, thanks to Tsunade-sama's expertise. The fourth Hokage felt the day couldn't have gone any slower. But he waited agonizingly, wondering when his wife would go into labor. A deep chuckle from within his mind reminded him to remain patient, and he listened to it, grudgingly of course. His two students, Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, had visited him throughout the day while he was handling the paperwork war. Both teens were excited in their own way about the news of their sensei's child. Obito pointedly made it fact that he'd be his child's Jonin sensei when they became a genin. Kakashi's response to that remark caused the two to argue again, throwing insults at one another such as, "Dobi," and "idiot," from Kakashi, and from Obito's mouth, "Teme," and "Baka." Minato had sighed and dismissed his students from his office, much to their ire. Nobody in Konohagakure knew about Minato's personal life. In fact, none knew he was married to his lovely wit, Uzumaki Kushina, or the fact he is distantly related to the Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Popular belief had led the world to believe the man never had children, but that was incorrect. None knew he was going to be a father soon, nor did they know the other secret of his. Namikaze Minato was also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Only the Sandaime, his teacher, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, Kushina and his two students knew of his status as a Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, so does the council, but because the transfer process from Mito-sama, Senju Hashirama's wife, had been successful when done, nobody viewed the blonde with malice or ill-will intentions as he grew up in the village. It had been a hard battle for Minato to win the darned fox's minimal trust over the years, but thanks to his diluted Senju blood, the demon had calmed down and sometimes lifted a claw to assist his container whenever he could. As he had been working for most of the day into the night, it was at 10:47 at night when one Uchiha Obito had barged into his office, bringing in a nurse maid for Kushina, stating his wife's water broke and she was going into labor. Faster than anyone could say, "Free ramen," Minato had Hirishin straight to Kushina's location. For privacy's sake, they were located in one of Minato's hidden safe houses just outside of the village. He didn't want any prying eyes knowing of Kushina's pregnancy, especially this. Sarutobi Bawako, his predecessor's wife, and a few others were working as nursemaids to help deliver the baby. Minato had stayed by his wife's side the entire ordeal, sweating and panicking. This was it. He was going to be a father. 12:25 a.m. Congratulations, Hokage-sama, Uzumaki-san, it's a healthy baby boy, one of the nurse-maids, Taiji, exclaimed happily. Minato's heart nearly jumped out in sheer joy at the news. His beaming face couldn't be any brighter than the sun itself. His cerulean eyes glanced at his panting wife, keeping hold of his hand to hers. The wailing child's voice was music to his ears. It only meant his newborn son was alive, breathing, and with them now. Kushina. Did you hear that? It's a boy, the blonde whispered gleefully, unable to contain the excitement. He gently brushed some of her sweat-matted auburn locks from her face, smiling when he did. The red-haired woman's eyes opened slowly, but the beauty of their gentle, blue-green hue found themselves attached to her husband's own eyes, returning the smile. It was weak but genuine. Yes, little Naruto. She breathed out, remembering the name they decided on a few weeks ago. Once the wailing infant was cleaned off and checked, he was wrapped in a soft, blue blanket and presented to the anxious parents, courtesy of Bawako. Hokage-sama, she said with a smile and light bow, handing the now father his child. Almost as if the babe were made out of precious china glass, Minato awkwardly accepted the bundle of joy that changed his life a mere few minutes ago. The Sandame's wife gently corrected his error of holding the infant, which Minato blushed in embarrassment. Well, it was his first time, so he had a small excuse for the slip-up. He brought the baby to Kushina, to allow her to hold him. His son had bright, blonde hair just like his. The baby's complexion was tanned, similarly to his own, but by shade darker to resemble his wife's. He even had adorable little birthmarks that seemed familiar. Where'd he seen those before? And that's when he remembered the fox that was sealed within him. Weird occurrence, but oh well. He personally didn't care. This was his little boy who he was going to spoil, train, and raise into a strong shinobi and pass down all his jutsu. He was going to be there when his son begins to crawl, when he takes his first steps, when he graduates from the academy, when he gets his first girlfriend, and be there for him when he needs a shoulder to lean on. He wouldn't have to do it alone, of course. He had his beautiful wife with him. Naruto, you're so beautiful. You're going to grow up to be a handsome young man one day. Just like your father. Kushina cooed lovingly to her little man, adoring the way he was sleeping. He had finally calmed down not long ago. He was so small, so fragile, and she kept him close to her. Minato chuckled in agreement to the comparison. Given how similar he and Naruto already looked, he was certain his son would turn out handsome. The new family of three remained there in comfort, just by themselves, savoring the moment in harmony. They were cluelessly unaware of the danger that was vastly approaching. 1:39 a.m. Around Konoha, Minato swore colorfully with every word he could think of. Right now, he was bounding from branch to branch, a bundle in his arms secured tightly as he maneuvered through the trees. He also had another in his other arm, unconscious. It was a little boy with strikingly similar blonde hair to his own and wearing clothes that were many sizes too large for him. His son was wailing uncontrollably, as he had been disturbed from his sleep. Not to mention, he was hungry and irritated. Minato gave his son a glance which held concern and worry. Not even a few minutes ago was he and his wife enjoying their moment of peace with their newborn son. It was interrupted by a spike of chakra, and before he could use his Hiraishin, a deadly explosion erupted from above them. The safe house, no longer safe, now, collapsed on them. It was tragic. Sarutobi's wife was heavily injured, and eventually succumbed to them. The other nursemaids were killed. They were only civilians, after all. Then Kushina. Minato clenched his teeth when he recalled it, that horrifying memory. Flashback no jutsu. A man adorned in a long, black cloak with strange, dark blue clouds designed on it approached through the debris of the collapsed structure. His face was covered with a swirling, orange mask that covered his entire face, which revealed only his eyes. They were red and daring, full of malicious intent. His short hair seemed like a dark brown to black color, and he carried himself as if he owned the place. Minato had just shielded his family from the sudden attack, utilizing the Kyuubi's cloak mode. His entire form was flickering in a warm, orange glow while his eyes were red with the Kyuubi's slitted influence in them. His hair had long since spiked up, with a few strands purposefully flowing upwards in the shape of what appeared to be a reminiscent sense of fox ears. Upon his back were black markings that formed a half-circle shape. 6 magatama around his collarbone and upon the flaps of his coat. Thick, black markings ran down his bodysuit. They stretched from his chest all the way to his legs. His hands also had the same markings as well. There was a swirl in the center of his chest, which was his seal where the Kyuubi's chakra mainly resided. In his arms was a crying Naruto, who was disturbed. Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the mysterious man said, his voice deep and baleful. Minato could sense it, thanks to the Biju he was currently housing. Give yourself up and allow me to have the demon within you. No, the cloaked blonde bluntly replied. If this fool thought he'd willingly give himself up to have the Kyuubi extracted from him, he was crazy. Who outright gave themselves up like that? The masked intruder didn't seem fazed by the former blonde's snippy response and chuckled darkly. The Hokage didn't like where it was going. You seem to misunderstand, he said, being awfully calm about the tense situation. His eyes flashed. Minato could see the swirl of the Tomo, noting that this man had the Sharingan, and from nowhere, a vortex appeared, and out of the strange phenomenon, a familiar face and hair of red caught his eye. No way. Kushina, Minato yelled. This bastard somehow captured his wife and holding her hostage. How did he? She had just been with him. Now you see the severity of the situation, Jinchuriki. The man started up again, jerking the Uzumaki woman up by her hair. Kushina painfully cried out. She was too weak to move, to fight back, after having given birth to her son just an hour ago. Her soft whimpers made Minato snarl in fury. Normally, he was calm and composed, no matter the situation, but now that his wife and his child were in danger, he couldn't help but give in to the feral rage that was sidling up for control. No, it wasn't just the Kyuubi's virulent nature. It came from both him and its container. Let her go. Minato growled out, keeping his son protectively in his arms. The child was still crying out loudly, for attention, for his aching hunger, and because he could sense the distress of his father. The masked man chuckled again. Now, you know I can't do that. But I'm willing to trade. Give yourself up to me and I'll release your harpy wench and claim no harm to your spawn. He tilted his head in mock curiosity. Isn't that a fair trade, Hokage-sama? He was taunting him, Minato knew it. The trade was false, he could tell. There was no way that man would simply leave after he had his way with him. He would mercilessly slaughter his wife, his predecessor's wife, and his newborn son without so much as blinking. This man, this Uchiha, couldn't be trusted. Not after everything he's done so far. Thank goodness he could sense emotions in this form easily. You lie, Minato hissed. You will kill them both regardless of my decision. The Uchiha intruder snorted, as if he were amused, but stared back at his target. It appears the fox has enhanced your senses. It has been known to sense the ill will and evil intentions within us human and others. Not only are you gifted with its speed and power, but its abilities. And you're in perfect sync with that demon as well. Minato's hold on his son tightened as he saw those deadly Sharingan eyes glare at his infant child. There was no way in hell he'd even let the man lay a finger on his son. The fourth snarled again when the Uchiha also tightened his grip on Kushina's hair, jerking her back, making her cry out in agony once again. This didn't sit well with the fourth. Not one bit. I won't say this again. Let her go. HMPH. You still don't realize your predicament, Kyuubi container. I'm the one pulling the strings here. Either surrender yourself, or I will take your son and your wife and kill them both. With no mercy. The man was met with a well-deserved growl, from both the container and the demon within him. He was well aware of the Kyuubi's past with Uchiha Madara, and had come to the conclusion that the beast had somehow warned its host of his presence. Not only that, their perfect sync was becoming a nuisance. The stronger a bond with the demon, the harder it is to extract from the host. Still, he knew if he could emotionally break the Jinchuriki for even a fraction of a second, he would be completely vulnerable, long enough for him to forcibly remove the Biju. And he already had one ace up his sleeve, why not another? Minato's eyes narrowed further, teeth clenched together as the feral, animalistic snarl rumbled from his vocals. This bastard, how dare he? Very well, if you won't choose. The man's eyes, the tomo in both, began spinning, shifting into another shape entirely. Minato was already on edge, anticipating anything. He wouldn't let anyone get hurt. His wife needed him. I'll choose for you. The annoying masked Uchiha's eyes stopped spinning and suddenly, the air seemed to shift. The fourth saw that things around him were distorting and twisting, and the focus seemed to go towards both his opponent's eyes. It struck him as odd that he was using this strange time-space ninjutsu, much like his Kekai Genkai, the Hiraishin. Acting quickly, Minato evaded by flashing away, carrying his crying son with him. He attempted to get close while gripping a kunai in his other, unoccupied hand, and strike the fool down. Just as he tried, he seemed to have gone right through him, as if he weren't there. What the? Sensing an oncoming attack, the fourth twisted out of the way, avoiding the Uchiha's sickle blade that would have torn into his back. How did he do that? He wondered, now blocking an attack and repelled a kick that was aimed for his head. Minato, do not stare into his eyes. Those are the accursed eyes, the ones that bastard Uchiha Madara used on me in the past. The Sharingan. It only takes a second for the technique to take effect and he will slip into your mindscape and rip me out of you in a heartbeat. Kyuubi's deep voice advised his host, watching and alerting the blonde whenever the sneaky upstart would try to pull a fast one. Despite the fact he did want freedom, he couldn't help but admire the strength of his current host. And he'd rather be caged in by a Senju descendant than under a possession by the damned Uchiha. Kushina's cries of pain weren't helping Minato focus correctly, ashamed as he would admit it, but not aloud though. It pained him to see her in that man's grasp. No matter how he used his blood limit, the masked Uchiha would have the upper hand in repelling him away from her. Damn it, she needed him right now. Naruto's wailing also made this fight harder. There was no way he was going to put his precious son down where he would be susceptible to their attacks. Kami, there's got to be a way to beat this man. What's wrong, Mina-chan? The man asked, taunting the Hokage once again. It didn't have its desired effect of enraging the Yellow Flash, but he did get him to stiffen from the nickname, something he'd allow only his wife to call him. It was the best he'd get out of the infuriating Jinchuriki anyway. Don't you care about your wench? Minato kept his distance from the bastard, knowing he was trying to play on his emotions. Granted, they were having some effect on him. He's still human after all and it normally doesn't take a human long enough to snap and go ballistic. Before the fourth could do anything, the man's eyes began twisting the dimensions again, but instead of things going in, something was coming out. What? It appears the summon completed itself, the Uchiha said with a dark chuckle attached. That didn't seem to bode very well. I no longer have time to play with you, Namikaze Minato. It appears my new Kyuubi Jinchuriki will supply me with the same desire and plans. What was he saying? What? Was he implying there are two Kyuubi out there? Coming out of the man's eyes was a swirl of yellow which began to form into a small body. When it was completely out, whatever it was, Minato froze. Lying on the ground was a boy with shockingly similar blonde hair, a tiny shade brighter than his own, and wearing clothes thrice his size, ripped to accommodate his tiny form and barefooted. His heart was pounding. He felt he knew this kid from the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't figure out why or where. Things just got more complicated. Ah, there it is. It's perfect, too. A small child that also houses the Kyuubi. The man said as he eyed up the unconscious boy hungrily. The mere thought made the Hokage cringe. Now then, time to take my prize and unleash the beast. No. Minato and surprisingly Kushina shouted simultaneously. The fourth instantly flashed towards the man. Several things happened in that split second. The man grabbed the boy, his hand just barely over where a seal was at upon his stomach, but Minato's Hiraishin allowed him to snatch him. Kushina cried out to him as she had been released. The man's hand came from somewhere, nowhere, literally, from in front of Minato and pushed into his chest. The blonde Hokage made a fatal error and stared into the Uchiha's eyes for only a split second. His own began spinning in the same pattern, the small sign of semi-possession. He felt the bastard entering his mind and taking hold of the Kyuubi. Minato's cloaked form began to flicker out, on and off like a switch. Before the entire beast was pulled all the way out, Kushina had used her remaining strength to knock the man away from her husband, canceling the effects of the Sharingan. The bastard, angered that he didn't get the entire demon fox, used this chance to callously gruesomely impale the red-haired woman through her chest using his chained sickle. Now, there was a half its normal size Kyuubi free, under the possession of the Uchiha. Minato still stood despite having the tailed beast being partially extracted from him. The Kyuubi that was now raging towards Konoha under the man's control. Damn it, Kyuubi, how are you holding up? Minato thought, worried for the companion he had bonded with. Just weary a little. He took a fuck ton of chakra out of me when he began pulling me out. But, I am fine. I'll need to recharge my chakra for a while. I advise you to get out of the Biju mode for the time being. I will let you know when I have replenished. The nine-tailed demon said, sitting up in a meditative position, his front paws closed together and eyes shut. Minato sent him a mental nod and returned to his normal form. The darkness that surrounded him before, having been illuminated by his light, regressed back and the surrounding area dulled. He knew the masked Teme was going for the village and he had to stop him. But, Kushina, the yellow flash wasn't stupid to believe his wife survived that attack. It had been a direct hit, fatal. Little Naruto began wailing again at the discomfort, crying his little eyes out. The sound seemed to have alerted Kushina, as she sluggishly opened her eyes to see her husband standing over her. She offered him an even weaker smile. Kushina, Minato, please, don't look at me, that way. She was struggling to keep talking. She was happy that her husband was still alive. That extraction, had it been complete, would have killed him, and it would have left their son abandoned in the company of that madman. There was a flicker in her eyes when she saw her crying baby cradled protectively in his arms. Naruto. He is all right, just shaken up from everything that's happened so far. He's a tough boy. He's our boy, remember? Kushina simply nodded. Then, her gaze went from her son to the other little blonde. For some reason, she knew who this boy was. She didn't know it, but at the same time, she did. The moment she saw her baby, her maternal instinct had activated, of sorts. She had only seen the kid's face for a few seconds before she had been impaled, and that's when it clicked. That little boy, who looked no more than 5 or 6 years old, was her son, their son. Somehow, he was. She just knew. There was no mistake about it. He had the same shade of hair like her newborn son, and his skin complexion was the same. Even those whisker marks that donned his cheeks. Everything about him was the same as her little prince. And, she couldn't stay with either of them. Tears were building in her eyes as she looked forlornly at both of her boys and her husband. She knew she was on borrowed time, and wanted to make it last. She motioned for Minato to let her have her infant son for one more time. One last time. She cooed to him, allowed her hand to smooth over his already soft skin. The baby sensed her comforting presence and slowly began to calm down, his angry cries for attention being fulfilled. What surprised Minato next was that Kushina had brushed the hair of the boy in his arms. She looked at the strange child lovingly, like she knew him. That was odd. Kushina? Minato. I'm sorry. I know this will cause you nothing but pain. I can't. But please, don't leave Naruto. He may never have his mother, but to lose his father as well. Here, she coughed up blood, her body trembled from the bitter, coppery taste of the fluid that rolled out of her mouth. Seeing his wife like this was hurting Minato so much, but he allowed her to continue speaking. It was unfortunately going to be her last. It was hard to accept, but there was nothing he could do about this except listen to her soft voice. Promise, Minato. Promise me that you'll take care of them, our Naruto. Both of them. Minato looked at her quizzically. Both of them? There were 2 Naruto? But, he had seen the whole birth and labor and everything. He didn't see 2 babies come out. Both? He asked softly. His beloved smiled again, her focus on the smaller boy's form. Minato followed it and studied him closely, making the facial comparisons. First, the boy had the hair, of course, and the skin complexion like his newborn son. And oddly enough, there were those whisker marks, just like his Naruto. This was peculiar. How could this be their son when the newborn was just right here, in his arms again? This wasn't making sense. Unless that bastard Uchiha was trying to trick him and goad him into another rage again. Probably a well-planned genjutsu, too. These angry thoughts were halted by the Kyuubi. No, Minato. That boy. It's not a genjutsu. I can sense something in him. It's my own power, definitely. He carries your scent and your mates. There is no lie in that small boy, however, it is possible that Uchiha bastard brought him here unwillingly. Kyuubi replied, pausing as he was gathering his thoughts. I can sense that he is not of this time. It may sound far-fetched, but his presence equals that of your newborn kid. It is one and the same, but he may have been summoned, ripped out of his own time by that man. If you remember, he mentioned something about having a new Kyuubi Jinchuriki. This kid might be it. This made Minato pause for a quick second. I can't even wrap my head around this. You're saying this is my son, or my would-be son? Did that mean his son was also a Jinchuriki, too? That's exactly what I'm saying, Minato. Use your head, boy. You're much smarter than this. Because I can sense my own presence within him, It may cause an imbalance to the elemental nations. There's a way for it to balance it out. Minato waited silently for the Biju to continue, giving him a mental nod. You need to modify your seal into filtering my chakra to merge with yours. This will essentially kill me, as my powers will be yours to command at will, including that form you take, as well as heightening your senses. But I will cease to exist in this body. You and I will be one this way. The blonde frowned at that, but nodded regardless. If it would thwart the Uchiha's plans, whatever they are, and keep the world balanced, then he'd do it. For his village, for the world, and for the friend that had been sealed inside him since he was 9 years old. He looked at Kushina one more time. Their eyes met for the final time. Both whispered their love for another before the woman he loved so much closed her eyes and succumbed to death. She left with no regrets, and while he would find time to mourn for her death, he would have no regrets either. Minato unraveled a sealing scroll from his pocket and sealed up his wife's lifeless body. He would prepare a proper burial for her when this whole mess was over. Right now, he and Kyuubi had a man to defeat and another half of him to deal with. End flashback. When he arrived closer towards the gates of Konoha, he saw several shinobi and kunoichi of the Leaf using all they had to defend the village and keep the monster at bay. Flames erupted everywhere as the controlled Kyuubi fired off fire breath and other attacks to destroy the humans that dared to challenge it. The masked man that was causing his life hell at the moment was standing atop the monstrosity like a tamer and his lion. It made both the remaining Kyuubi in him and Minato growl angrily. Kyuubi, I'm going to adjust the seal now, he said. He didn't care if he was speaking aloud now. Nobody else was around anyway. It would do to do it quickly. From that last extraction, or partially, it took more than half of your spiritual chakra with it. The only reason you're still standing is because of me and the interference of your wife's sacrifice. Minato closed his eyes while he knelt down. Gently, he set down both his newborn son and his son of a parallel time, if going by what Kyuubi had told him, on the ground, making sure they were as comfortable as possible. This was going to be awkward. 2 Uzumaki Naruto running around. He thought absent-mindedly before returning to focus. The 4th Hokage took a deep breath and began flashing through a specific set of signs. During this, the intricate containment seal adorned on his chest began to glow, corresponding to the hand seals being made. Kyuubi, before I do this, I want to say thank you. We had a rocky start, and our relationship at best is just good friends right now. But, if it hadn't been for you, I may not be here right now. You've given me power, and there were times I wanted to rely on it. We've proven to be a compatible team, and if I could have my way, I'd remain your host for a long time until I died. Minato said with a genuine smile on his face. The fox demon stared at him from his mindscape. The 4th knew he was fighting the urge to be embarrassed. The Kyuubi was literally a mass of hatred and anger, but Minato had proven to the 9 tails that there was more than hatred out there. He showed the fox companionship, kindness, and even showered the demon with thanks and praise whenever he could. Minato was a humble man. He was proud of a lot of things, but knew where most of the credit belonged to. Don't be getting sentimental with me, brat, the Kyuubi said, though it wasn't with malice this time. It sounded as if the fox was happy about this. I mean it, though. Thank you for everything, and please, watch over my son. You're planning on transferring or sealing my other half to your newborn son? Yes. This way, if I am targeted again for containing you, there won't be any repercussions. Since the remainder of my spiritual chakra will merge with you, anyone who senses it will believe me to be you, or at least still contain you within me except without the containment seal applied. The older blonde stated factually. He won't be targeted like I will. What about your other brat? Minato looked down at the sleeping form of his future son. It was true that this boy housed the Kyuubi as well because, as a container himself, one that also housed the same chakra monster, he had sensed its presence. Once Minato absorbed the half of the fox that resided in him, it would still be a tad imbalanced. But nothing too major if there were 1.5 Kyuubi in the world. It hadn't rolled over and died yet, so perhaps it would be all right to let the boy from the parallel time keep his tenant. He will keep it. Who knows how long they have been together? If they possibly have a close relationship like we have, I don't want to risk upsetting that bond and driving them away, the 4th Hokage explained. At the moment, he had no idea how right he was. Minato kept his eyes on both of his sons. It was starting to get a little confusing with both of them there, but at the same time, he knew he would get used to it. To him, it didn't matter where the other Naruto came from. He would care for him like his newborn son all the same. Good plan, kid. Well then, Namikaze Minato. It's been a pleasure spending time with you for these long, 12 years. Use my power well, brat. Don't disappoint. I will, my friend. Minato finished the last hand signs and pressed his left hand upon his chest. Seal. The containment seal lit up, first in white, then it turned a dark shade of gray before going completely black. It flashed all around his body, marking him similarly to his Biju mode from before. He could feel the effects of the chakra filtering, he could feel the fox's signature merging with his own. It started to tingle, then the pain trickled up throughout his body and he started panting. He couldn't breathe, for whatever reason. It stopped and his lungs felt like they were on fire. He tried to grasp for air, but nothing would enter and the heat kept exploding in random spasms. Kami, was he going to die? No, he wasn't. There was a faint, low voice of the Kyuubi reassure him that this was mostly normal of a reaction and that he would be fine in a few moments. The blonde toughed it out as much as he could, teeth clenched and eyes shut tight. Sweat of frustration and exhaustion beaded down his face, down his forehead and nose and dripped off as he concentrated on the end. It didn't take long for the filter seal to complete itself, and Minato felt relieved once it settled. He hungrily inhaled the much-needed oxygen that his body craved. When the couple of moments passed, the now ex-Jinchuriki centralized his gaze to the half-sized Kyuubi laying waste to the area around him. Minato frowned. He would have to stop the other half of his friend, even if it had to be with his life. Just as he was about to pick up his sons, the older one began to stir. He paused for just a moment, watching in a dazed fascination as the little 6-year-old child began to open his startling, if not similar, blue eyes. Several hours earlier, Naruto was sure he was on his way to the afterlife after that bright light engulfed him and his pair of Kurama. Really, it had to be the only explanation. He had read one time that people would claim they see the light upon death before passing away. Perhaps this was that light? But it was odd, really. He could actually feel it on his person. Wasn't his body like intangible or something? He couldn't figure it out. But imagine the shock on his face when his descent, or ascent, whatever, halted because of a spiraling vortex in the way. The hell? He blinked, wondering what it was. It felt weird, but who knows? Maybe this is what happens to spirits when they depart. For all he knew, this was probably normal. You know, Kurama, both of you. That spiral up there looks eerily familiar to that damn Madara Tomi's Kamui technique. He laughed when he said that. I mean, come on. The afterlife wouldn't have things like that, would it? Kit, we don't know what the afterlife holds, but that thing isn't one of them. Yin Kurama said, feeling a tad shudder running up his spine. It feels like an unnatural disturbance. Like someone is trying to summon your soul using a technique. The Yang half informed as sagely as possible. The former Rokudame frowned at that. He hadn't been dead for a while, or how long has it been anyway? Whatever, the point was, he felt he hadn't been dead for long and now someone was already trying to pull his soul from the afterlife to revive him. Or reincarnate him using the impure world reincarnation summoning. Really? I thought I banned that summoning jutsu. Hell, I burned every knowledge of it that could be in existence using Matabi's fire. The darker, yin half of Kurama hummed in thought before saying, you're forgetting one person, Orochimaru. Silence. I thought that Teme changed. He did arrive on the battlefield during the war and helped out. Well, he had to be there because he used that to revive the other Hokage and my dad. Naruto sighed exasperatedly, running a hand through his spiky hair. Even in death, he couldn't get a break, could he? This is making me have a headache. Then again, was it possible to get headaches here when you're dead? Even so, I can break out of the reincarnation control easily anyway. Whatever was on the other side of the wannabe Kamui technique, Naruto was ready to pound some sense into his summoner. Well, first he'd thank them for summoning him back, alive, kick their ass, visit his friends one more time before reverse summoning his soul back to the afterlife. Sounds like a plan to him. With his foxy grin, the blonde said, get ready, whoever you are. The former Rokudame Hokage of Konohagakure, #1 unpredictable ninja Uzumaki Naruto is gonna hand your ass to you and kick it to next week and back. Both Kuramas, used to the silliness of their ex-host, couldn't help but let out an aggravated sigh. The blonde-haired 19-year-old former Hokage wasn't expecting this. One minute he was drifting off in this world of light, if it could be called that, then the fake Kamui vortex sucked him and the Kurama within it. Then, he woke up in an all-too-familiar room. Well, it wasn't a room per se. It was a dark, gray dimension filled with blocked pillars all around him. When he thought this was a Kamui, he was right. He was right. Fuck, he was right. Of all the bad things that could happen, this isn't the impure world reincarnation summoning jutsu, he said, just to confirm it for himself. No, he was in a flipping dimension that only those with a Mangekyo Sharingan could hope to create using the Kami Forsaken Kamui technique. Well, it had its uses but still was annoying going against it. A deep chuckle emitted from everywhere. Then it was gone. Naruto was instantly on edge, getting into his favorite fighting stance. But as he tried to do that, he tripped over his clothes. Wait, over his own clothes? What the? The blonde gasped, now noticing how unmanly his voice was. It sounded like when he was about 5 or 6 years old. He sat up from his fall, noticing that his clothes were thrice his puny size. His sandals were way too big and his hard-earned Jonin vest and Hokage coat puddled over him like waves. The Hite 8 with the kanji, shinobi, on it fell over his head comically, very similar to how Kakashi-sensei wore his. He felt his face, noticing the return of the awful baby fat he had. Man, he had gotten rid of the evidence when he turned 18. His hair was as spiky as usual, though there were small, telltale signs of his side bangs growing a little. At least he had something of his old appearance with him. Damn it, I'm a runt again. Naruto wailed angrily. That means he would have to go through puberty again. Wrestling around in his pile of oversized clothes, crying mentally about not being able to wear his Hokage coat until he grew up again. The now 6-year-old boy arranged his attire until it wasn't sagging off him so much. He had to tear his orange-red shirt until the sleeves didn't completely cover his hands. After that, he had to make do with his large pants, balling them up as much as possible and using the string adjuster to pull them forward as far as they would go. He rolled up the pant legs until he could see a little of his feet. Kami, he had to roll up so much of the fabric. Next, he simply threw on his too big for him Jonin vest with his old Konoha Hite 8 that Iruka-sensei gave him still stitched on. There was no way he was going to abandon this. This was physical proof of his rank before becoming the Hokage in his home village. His Hokage coat, he decided to pull out a scroll that he kept on his person, even in death. You never know when you'll need them. He reasoned, and sealed it in there. As if he'd leave that bad boy here. Lastly, his shinobi Hite 8. He adjusted it until it was around his forehead again. The fabric used to stitch the metal plate onto it covered his eyebrows some, and if he looked up without tilting his head, he could see the material with his eyes. Funny. His sandals, he wasn't even going to bother with those. Okay, I think that's it. But now I've to figure out how to get out of here. Try your 6-paths sage mode, Kit. Perhaps it'll form a wormhole to escape to. One of the Kurama advised. It was kind of hard to tell which one spoke or not. They were the same being, just split apart. Now that he thought about it, why weren't they merged yet? Alright, I'll try that, but is there any reason why you two haven't merged into one fox yet? There was a small pause before one of them spoke up again. It's not that we don't want to. Naruto, your chakra as the yang half of our creator is keeping us separated. Oh, well, he felt dumb. Alright, let's do this. Naruto stayed as still as he could. Even though he didn't have the other tailed beasts within him, he had their chakra. Combining that with his senjutsu, he was able to unlock the 6-paths mode. A little while of finding the natural energy rather scarce in this dimension or non-existent, Naruto stopped trying to channel it. It was no use if he couldn't feel the natural energy at all. He forgot that being trapped in a Kamui could do that. Okay, let's try Biju mode instead, he thought. Hey Kit, I think you should wait. The yang half tried but the boy either didn't hear him or was too busy concentrating. Feeling the combined chakra of him and the pair of Kurama emitting throughout his person, Naruto's form changed dramatically. His entire body was coated in a soft, warm orange-golden glow. His hair shifted and 2 strands stood up to form fox-like ears. The cloak gave him the return of his chakra coat and his clothes transformed into the dark bodysuit he was used to seeing. His eyes were a deep crimson, echoing his connection with the Kurama duo. The entire dimension around him was bathed in the light. Okay, going to blast this place with a Biju Rasengan. Naruto grinned, preparing to do just that. He began gathering the necessary chakra to do so when suddenly his form flickered out without his doing, the forming Rasengan also dispelled. Wait, what? Naruto did a very good impression of a gaping fish out of its fish bowl when a couple of seconds of standing there like an idiot passed by. Ah, what happened? The mini-sized Naruto bellowed in disbelief. Kid, did you forget? Your chakra control at this age was abysmal. Atrocious, even. You'll have to build up the control again if you want to maintain that form. The best you can go is version 1 of the Biju mode. Version 2 is too much for you at this point. The yin half advised, chuckling when he relayed the news to his tiny ex-host. Both Kurama found great amusement in the boy's rage and indignation, watching him from within his mindscape stomp around and pout like a little kid again. Wait, he was a little kid again. This was becoming even more confusing as this went on. At least the kid was acting his supposed age. Naruto, however, was seething. He couldn't get into his favorite Biju mode anymore, and now that he had a moment to think about it, his 6 paths mode would have probably flunked out on him too, just because of his chakra control being next to non-existent now that his body was reduced to the size and age of a squirt. Damn it, this was frustrating. The boy dropped down to the ground and groaned irritably. If this couldn't get any worse, he thought bitterly. Hello, Kyuubi Jinchuriki of the future. Okay, screw what he thought earlier. It just got worse. Naruto scrambled up, looking each way for the mysterious, eerie voice that spoke to him. Or, he thought it spoke to him. He was the only one here, except for the pair of foxes in his gut. His blue eyes scanned his perimeter, keeping his tiny hands in position of his base to strike. Thankfully, he could still use his chakra to sense other things around, but other than that, he'd have to relearn to tree and water walking again. Who was that? That voice doesn't sound familiar at all. But why am I getting this dreaded feeling? Stay alert, kid. Something's here. Both Kurama advised simultaneously, which the boy took for himself. Eyes scanning the place, stepping around to make sure he was covered, he flashed through the well-known signs for the Kage Bunshin Jutsu. 5 Naruto clones popped up, surrounding the boss, their senses kept open for anything suspicious. The original Naruto was in the center of them all, trying to utilize his advanced sensory abilities, but irritably found them hard to control. He growled in frustration once again before returning to the basics. It was all he could do now until he got out of here and trained. My, the Kage Bunshin already? And you're very young, too. It appears the world you came from are training you to become a weapon. The creepy voice spoke again. Naruto and his clones turned to the direction of the voice, but found nobody. I'm not being molded to a weapon by my village, whoever you are. He shot back, then stopped when he overheard the words. The world you came from. Came from? His world? Wasn't he summoned to somewhere? Well, he's obviously in this Kamui dimension, but... Wait, what do you mean, the world you came from? The voice chuckled again. This time, Naruto could sense ill intent from it. He grimaced. When people begin to laugh evilly or chuckle darkly, it usually meant, guess what? Shit's about to hit the fan now, to him. Every situation that it happened, he'd get hurt by it or someone would lose their life. It was a kami awful omen. As I said before, hello Kyuubi Jinchuriki of the future, the person's voice was dangerously close now. Naruto and his clones turned to find a man wearing a black cloak with the dark blue cloud pattern. That was peculiar, but... Oh Kami, not this again. The blonde's eyes trailed up to see the familiar, swirling orange mask. Except, there were 2 eye holes and not just one. The man's hair wasn't short like it had been like Obito's. In fact, the hair colors were different. This guy's hair was a dark brown color, and his bangs were over the mask a little. Whoever this was, it wasn't Uchiha Obito. No, it was someone else, in the guise of Toby. Fuck, this just got a lot worse. Who are you? Naruto shouted out, leaping back. Future? He was from the future? How is that possible? Without bothering to answer the question, the wannabe Toby simply stared down at the boy with his activated Sharingan. The Tazagare, 1, have been studying powerful summoning techniques with some helpful allies. The result is that we would bring a being from another parallel time to ours. There was no way we could get our hands on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki of our time, so we had to settle for other reasons. Which is why you are here, boy. It took a while for the information to sink in. They couldn't get to the host of the Kyuubi in their time? Was it because they died while holding the Biju in? Was this person well hidden or well protected? Or maybe it was someone too strong for the organization to overpower? He didn't realize just how close his last thought was. Now, child, you will come with me. I have many plans and it involves the beast that currently sleeps inside you. Don't worry, I'll make it as painless as possible. Naruto wasn't sure about that and he wasn't about to stay here and find out. No way, you're not taking the fox away from me. All the Narutos including the original got into their stance, all their blue eyes narrowed. You can try, but we won't let you. Boys, let's get busy. Hi. The clones chanted and then all 6 of them dove straight for the masked man. One of the Naruto clones lunged at fast punch to the Uchiha, but it was caught by him. A second one took this chance to kick the bastard's head. Unfortunately, the Toby phony dodged that. The clone went far but flipped to readjust himself back on solid ground before he fell off the edge. The third and fourth clones were preparing a combined assault attack whilst charging forward. The man was preparing to dodge, only for the clones he had previously blocked and dodged held him in place as best as they could. Take this, the pair of clones shouted, slamming their fists into the man's gut. Immediately after, the original Naruto slammed down on the man's head, pounding him to the ground. He and the clones jumped away from him, waiting to see if he would get up. That was some teamwork they pulled off. A small sign of a smirk were spreading on their equally identical faces. It seemed like it had effect, but the man simply laughed it off and stood up as if he had been hit by a water balloon. What? Yes, you have potential, Jinchuriki. And now that I got a good look at you, I know exactly who you are. Or will be. You will be mine soon, boy. Naruto and his clones shuddered at that comment. Was this guy a pedophile, too? They got ready to attack again but it all came too fast. At least, it would have been too fast if he wasn't paying attention. He wasn't the Hokage, or former Hokage, for nothing. The clones were first to defend and lash out with their own swarm of attacks, throwing punches and kicks since they couldn't really do any jutsu to save themselves. Unfortunately for the clones, the man simply sent them all packing with a single kick. The clones all popped from the impact. Naruto cringed when the memories of the cage bunchins returned to him. He couldn't sit there and think about it for long until the pedo Toby lunged at him. Naruto dodged the man's oncoming kick, and blocked his fist by shielding his face with his arms. An audible crack was heard and Naruto was sure his fragile little bones had just snapped. Their dodging dance was over quick when the man sped up to the flinching child and pounded the boy fist first into the back of his head. Naruto gasped out in surprise when the blow came and his eyes fluttered. He landed to the ground with a harsh thud, fading into unconsciousness. As he lied there, the Toby fake reviewed the child. He's strong, very strong. He was able to enter a cloak form that was different from the norm. However, due to his atrocious chakra capabilities, he couldn't maintain it for long. Can also perform the cage bunshin jutsu with ease and was able to keep up with me for a while. Haha, yes, he would be a valuable asset to the Tazagare. I'll have to arrange a revival after extracting the beast from him. But first, I want to visit my favorite village, Konohagakure, with Minato. 1:58 a.m. Naruto groaned as he finally was coming to. His head hurt, like he had been hit with one of Sakura's powered punches. The blonde was slowly opening his eyes, but it hurt to get them to focus. He felt the pair of foxes also coming to within his mindscape. That bastard did that. When I get my hands on that. He stopped his rant when he heard a sharp intake of breath that didn't belong to him. Who? Naruto. The boy blinked a few times, quickly clearing the daze he had been in moments ago. Above him, it was dark. It was the sky, with the twinkling stars and the faded clouds decorating its canvas. It must be night time. The voice that called to him seemed shaky, as if it were testing his name for the first time. He stretched his arms first before using them to help himself sit up. He rubbed his eyes, still trying to adjust to the darkness. Sure, he could see in the dark, but not without borrowing Kurama's assistance. The grass beneath him was soft to his bare feet, which was a welcoming feeling. The night air felt good to him, the scent of the grass, the forest around and fire. Wait, fire? Naruto scrambled to stand up to his feet in a heartbeat. His head turned every which way in its panic, searching for the fire that took over his sense of smell. His cerulean blue eyes found the source and they widened in complete shock. There were large fires and explosions in the distance, but the distinct creature that was currently causing such a mayhem was the Kyuubi no Kitsune. What? Several ninja met the beast head-on, trying their damnedest to slow it down or redirect the attacks to somewhere else than the village. It was a futile attempt, Naruto knew, but those people, his people, were fighting with all they had. What? I don't understand, he mumbled out. Kit, I believe. That man must have been telling the truth. One of the Kurama said, having seen the destruction with his own eyes from within the mindscape. And if he was right, then we're in the past. Somehow. And given how that other is over there wreaking malicious havoc on the humans, this must be the day you were born. The second Kurama added, if that's true, then, oh Kami, but why haven't I winked out of existence yet? Or like, not in a baby form or something? It may be due to the fact we were pulled out of the afterlife stream by that vortex. Then that man that appeared to be Toby informed us that this group called the Tazagare had been experimenting on different, more potent, summons. The first Kurama spoke once more. Again, it was hard for Naruto to differentiate between who was talking unless he actually went into his mindscape and saw them. Oh well, wasn't important right now. Seeing the kid was listening again, Yin Kurama, the one that had been talking, continued. To what I'm understanding about our situation, it looks like we were purposefully dragged out of our time and into this time, the past. He called you the Kyuubi Jinchuriki of the future. Now, we're seeing the same events unfold before us. That means that other Kyuubi over there must be in the control of that damned Uchiha called Toby. It's hard to grasp this but there's no other way. But I have a feeling that the Toby we met in that Kamui dimension wasn't Uchiha Obito. When he had the twin Biju's attention, Naruto went on. Like, I can remember specific chakra signatures. I remember Obito's when he fought with us in the last war. When I sensed that man's chakra, it felt nothing like Kakashi-sensei's old friend. In fact, it felt more like a twisted combination of Itachi's and Sasuke's chakra. The duo Kyuubi of the future paused when they heard this. Both of those Uchiha were trustworthy, albeit the latter had to strive through many obstacles in order for Kurama to accept him and trust him with his kit. However, if that man's signature was a mixture of theirs, but twisted, no, then this man was not Uchiha Obito. It had to be another damned one. Regardless, this doesn't change anything. I have my chance to make this right and I'm not going to let my dad sacrifice himself again. Naruto thought with finality. Then you might want to take your chance and turn around, kid. Young Kurama notified him. Naruto was about to ask why when he obeyed the fox's words. He stopped for a moment, eyes agape as he drunk in the sight of the person standing there behind him. It was the Yondaime, the fourth Hokage. The fourth, Namikaze Minato, his father. His father. He was alive, still alive, he meant. His blue eyes practically absorbed the image of his living, breathing parental figure, watching the man as he only stared back with confusion in his equally mimicked blue orbs. This was too good to be true, right? If this is a genjutsu, or a dream or this is really the afterlife, let it get better and never wake me up. Naruto thought again. His heart was racing at the sight of the man. It wasn't long until he noticed the Yondaime had a bundle secured protectively in his arms. Naruto, with his eyes, traced over the infant in the older blonde's grasp and already knew that was him. That was the baby version of him. Kami, this was getting even more complicated than it should. Staring in disbelief, excitement, wonder, sadness and finally joy, the boy from the future met his father's gaze once again, noticing how the Yondaime returned the scrutinizing glance. Naruto. He heard his father call him. His voice was filled with uncertainty in it now, like he wasn't sure if that was his name or not. But the Hokage was looking right at him and not his baby self. Naruto, by instinct, flinched but kept his eyes on Konoha's yellow flash. It was his way of saying he acknowledged the call. Now that he saw his father, Naruto was sure, for sure, that he was in the past. Even if he was stuck in a midget's body, he would grow up again and be ready. There was a lot of things he needed to plan for, and one of them was saving his parents from dying needlessly. He turned his attention back to the burning forests around Konoha. He was definitely going to change things for the better. He wouldn't allow a war to happen. He wouldn't allow his parents to sacrifice themselves and imprison the angriest Biju in his, or his younger self's, gut. He would prevent Sasuke from falling into darkness and going to Orochimaru. Regardless if the snake Teme turned a new leaf in the old life, he didn't have to like him. He could save Itachi from killing his own clan. There was a lot of things he needed to do and keep the Akatsuki, if they were still a criminal organization, from taking the Jinchuriki of this time. And he had the power of his partner with him, too. Before he went off for that, he couldn't leave the fourth hanging there, staring at him as if he were made of glass and trying his best to look through him. Gazing back to the Yondaime, the boy gave off his trademark foxy smile. Naruto said two words that would flip Namikaze Minato's life around forever. Hey dad, hey dad. The fourth Hokage's world just flipped entirely. Namikaze Minato slightly flinched at the affectionate name that was directed at him. No, it wasn't because he feared it or upset at it. It felt very foreign, but at the same time, it brought a separate emotion to his attention. It was joy and pride. Strange, though. He wasn't expecting the 6-year-old version of what was his son to reply to the name, but now that he did, and actually called him Dad, there was no denying it now. This little kid was his and Kushina's boy, somehow he was. He looked just like the infant in his arms, albeit a few years older. Now that his whirling mind was adapting to the situation, he realized what Kushina meant before she drew her last breath. She knew who this boy was when she saw him. And he promised her that he would take care of both of them. That included the little boy in front of him. This didn't make the situation any better because it hadn't truly clicked for the Yondaime. Why, you're Naruto? He asked incredulously, just wanting to be absolutely sure that his newly acquired fatherly instincts were leading him in the right direction. Yeah? The older Naruto replied, though it wasn't in a tone that he was unsure of himself. I kind of had to be. It's a little weird, huh? The boy smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head bashfully. That was something Minato would do, and the fourth Hokage recognized it. Minato let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and shook out of his mild daze. He was about to say something else when the shrieking roar of the half-sized Kyuubi raged in the distance. It got both of the blondes' attention and their reaction was quick. Naruto flinched and Minato narrowed his eyes. I have to stop that man that is controlling the Kyuubi, the Yondaime said as he walked up to his future son. The little boy nodded in agreement, which the older blonde noted silently. Did he understand the occurring problem? Well, he wouldn't let the boy get himself involved. Dang it, the overprotective father mode was already working and he had only been one for a few hours. What a mess. Naruto, I'm going to transport the both of you to another one of my safe houses in the meantime. I don't want either of you getting hurt. Blue eyes widened in shock as the 6-year-old turned to him. What? But Dad, no buts. This is serious, Naruto. Minato lightly scolded, already sounding like a father and felt himself get older by a few years when it had only been a few minutes. I know, but he didn't get a chance to finish as his father easily scooped him up and performed the Hireishin. Seconds later, they were inside a small room with an average-sized bed, a few windows, a medium-sized drawer and a large rug on the floor. Minato carefully placed the infant Naruto onto the bed and then the older one, who was currently pouting, beside him. If the situation hadn't been so serious as it was, the Hokage was sure he'd find this scene very adorable. I need you to stay here. This is the safest place for you right now, the both of you. It'll give me assurance to know you're both safe. Naruto lowered his head and frowned. He didn't like this but he had to agree with his father. The man was justifiably worried. The older Naruto looked up as he noticed his father grab a few of his special kunai from the drawer. A rather chilling, cold expression matted on the older blonde's face. Minato looked kind of scary now that Naruto saw it firsthand. No wonder his father's enemies were wary of him when they saw him on the battlefield. Minato carried himself calmly despite the predicament and the future boy could sense his determination, anger and sadness all at once. Why was his father feeling sad? What happened? Wait, where was Kushina, his mother? Was she all right? Naruto didn't get a chance to voice his question because Minato had already used the Hireishin and left. Dang, he really wanted to know. Naruto looked over to his younger self, who was sleeping peacefully despite the danger. His blue eyes couldn't look away from this fragile, innocent little baby that used to be him. Fresh and new to the world. The infant was untainted and not holding the Kyuubi within him, and yet, today was the day his father would sacrifice himself to seal the beast inside his son and die. He couldn't let that happen. He wasn't here by choice, having been dragged out of his dimension or wherever, but now that he was in this time, he wasn't going anywhere until things were right. Naruto knew he wasn't a god and that every change he would eventually make would lead down a different path. Nevertheless, he would try his hardest to fix the wrongs that he experienced and right them. There was so much, but he'd have to start by taking a few steps at a time. The first step was preventing the Yondaime from dying. Tsunade Baan did tell him that his father had died too young. He'd be damned if he allowed the same crap happen again. Smiling sadly, Naruto leaned over and picked up his younger self, carefully, making sure the blanket was still wrapped around him. He stared at the sleeping baby and traced one of his fingers into his blonde locks. He was so warm, so tiny that the 6-year-old didn't want to let go. This was him, this bundle of joy that most likely lit his parents' lives up the moment they saw him. A wave of overprotectiveness swarmed around Naruto. He wouldn't let this child go without a family. Not again, not this time. He wouldn't allow it while he was here. Hey, Naru-chan. You're so adorable, you know? I won't let anything bad happen to you. You will have a family to love you because I'm going to make sure you do. The snoozing infant let out a cute yawn before settling back into dreamland, unaware his future self was talking to him. Naruto of the future started thinking a little about the predicament, at least, the problem of it all. He already adapted that he was in the past, but he couldn't get over the fact that he was a pipsqueak again. How did that happen? He felt like he was still 19. In his mindscape, he took on his older self's appearance. The personification of his mind echoed his real age. Did the summoning technique cause his body to change? Maybe it was incomplete or something. That creepy pedo said they were using them and stuff. He thought. Unfortunately, a random spasm of small tremors shook the place a little, shaking Naruto out of his train of thoughts and putting him on instant alert. Those tremors eventually turned into heavy quakes, as if something enormous had just crashed into the ground nearby. The safe house both Naruto were in began to crumble little by little. Even the walls and the roof began caving in. Naruto reacted quickly and dove to the left, taking his infant self with him. He escaped just in time as the part of the roof had fallen on the spot he had just occupied, crashing into the bed. More of the safe house's canopy was crumbling due to the tremors and quakes outside. Thanking Kami for his ninja training and skills, even if they were downplayed because of his shrunken age and size, Naruto was able to maneuver out of the way when another chunk of the ceiling collapsed. Dust and debris were circulating the small room, covering the floor around them. The future blonde grimaced when he felt his feet come in contact with sharp, discarded rocks when he stepped forward or back to avoid being flattened by the shattering roof remains. He yelped when he stepped on another he didn't see. This prompted the newborn Naruto to subconsciously sense the uneasiness of his older self's pain and cry. Cursing silently to himself, Naruto dashed from his current position, just as more of the roof toppled over, and rushed towards the nearest corner. He didn't have the chakra control to use the Shunshin Jutsu to escape. His only resource was to stay in one spot, preferably the corner he was occupying, and remain still. For the moment, he wouldn't let his baby self get hurt. He crouched down, hunching over his younger self as a means of using his own body to shield him. Trying to evoke a small portion of his chakra into his body to toughen it up was a smart idea, but it didn't have much effect. The walls around them shook violently as another quake vibrated underneath. Cracks formed in the structure, a heavy note that this place wouldn't last for long. The infant's cries were getting to Naruto, but he held firm as lumps of the already failing rooftop fell onto his back. He shut his eyes as he bit back a sharp cry and tears that bubbled up in his vocals as more collapsed over him. Naruto kept his younger self close to him, trying to calm him with soft shushes and rubs to the baby's back. Even though he was a ninja at heart, and still was, his new, shrimpy body was out of shape. It couldn't endure pain like he could with his older body and size. If he got out of this situation, Naruto was going to make sure to train himself. The new body's limitations were unacceptable to him. Opening his eyes, he noticed the wailing child also did as well, his chubby little face red with frustration. Their identical blue eyes found the others, except the younger had hot tears rolling down his innocent face and the older was fighting back his own because of the pain. "Shush, Naruto. Don't worry. I'll make sure we're safe, okay?" he whispered gently to the newborn. For some reason, his voice had some effect as the infant's wails were slowly reduced to sniffles and tiny hiccups. "He is you, kid. You're both the same person, just in two selves, much like we are. So it's possible he's responding to your voice because he could be subconsciously aware it's his own comforting him," one of the Kurama noted. Naruto gave up trying to figure out which one spoke. He figured it was the yin half but he couldn't be certain about that. That's possible. Well, then I guess I'll have to talk to him more if I want him to remain quiet or semi-quiet and hushed. This whole dimension thing is weird. No doubt about that. Before the conversation could further itself, Naruto felt the rough tremors violently rock the ground again and the sound of something heavier crumble above him. He looked up and saw the largest hunk of the roof coming right for him. He couldn't dodge that, at least, not in this body. "I'm going to die," he thought, again, bracing himself for the worst and wishing this was just a horrible dream. Never mind that his father was still alive. It would be moot if he couldn't be with him if he was dead, both versions of him. This isn't fair. Naruto shut his eyes, waiting for the impact. It didn't come though, instead, a familiar chakra signature that interrupted it and whisked both of them away in a brilliant flash. "Dad," was Naruto's instant thought as blinked and shot his head up. The older blonde had him and his younger self in his grasp and they were standing outside, many miles away from Konoha with the now out-of-control Kyuubi not too far from them. There was a large barrier erected around the area with just the two of them and the beast. He had warped them away just in time. "Dad, Naruto, are you both alright?" Taking a second to let out a deep breath of relief, the future boy nodded his head. "Good, I'm glad." Minato smiled, also in relief. He set the 6-year-old down but took the infant from him. "I'm sorry Naruto, but there's something I must do." Huh? The future blonde blinked curiously. It was just a moment's pass that his mind adapted to the surroundings and saw the ceremonial altar where Minato placed the baby version of himself onto it. The fourth then unraveled the baby's blanket, exposing his stomach where he placed the all-too-familiar seal of the Hake no Fuin Shiki, 8 trigram sealing style, upon the babe. Minato stood in front of it, preparing for the final seal that would take his life. As he started flashing through the signs to summon the Shinigami, the Kyuubi, noticing this, roared and started charging for them. Minato hurriedly summoned Gamabunta, the Toad Chief, upon the charging fox. Noticing the blonde's desperation of the summon, and the reason why, the enormous toad promptly used as much force as possible to keep the beast subdued. The fourth kept a serious expression but was internally panicking. Bunta wouldn't be able to hold off the angered Nine Tails for long, which quickened his pace to finish. Just before he released the last sign, he was tackled. This abruptness forced him to stop channeling chakra into his hand signs and interrupted the summoning technique, too. "No!" The little blonde that was the source of his interruption shouted angrily. "I won't let you do that." Minato gasped, blinking in surprise from both the shove and bluntness of his future son's words. Naruto. I said I'm not letting you do that." "Never again." The future boy growled out. You're not going to kill yourself just to seal the Kyuubi away." That, and he wouldn't just sit there and watch it happen while his younger self be without his father. Their conversation was halted when the rampaging Nine Tails shot his beastly paw towards them, specifically towards the baby Naruto. Both blondes reacted immediately. The older Naruto and Minato jumped in the way of the attack, one of the Kyuubi's claw painfully piercing the both of them. It was not done without their conjoined howls of agony. Naruto suffered the most as the claw went straight through his back and out of his stomach, whereas it struck through Minato's back and exited through his right chest. By some miracle, it didn't puncture his lung, but it was damn close. The tip of the enraged fox's claw barely touched the infant. The pair spat a wad of blood, the bitter, coppery taste unfavorable as it ran down their mouths. Their bodies convulsed from the uncomfortable position they were put in. It didn't help that they were rapidly growing weaker by the minute. Still, being able to shield the younger Naruto from harm was their purpose for carelessly thrusting themselves forward to intercept. Minato and the older Naruto hung on the Kyuubi's claw like unmoving puppets, straining to breathe laboriously. It hurt, Kami, the throbbing pain hurt so much. Naruto choked back the bile that was in his throat. The stinging pang of his faint whimper shook him. This agony, dare he compare, was just as painful as a forced extraction. The ache was intense. It made him want to die right then and there. Minato wasn't doing any better than he was. His vision was swimming, the colors blurring together like a child's painting that had no motive behind it. The fourth couldn't make heads or tails of his surroundings. Everything looked jumbled and misplaced, and the agonizing pain numbed him. Minato could hardly get oxygen into his lungs. Just trying to do so was a harsh chore and a half. But the screeching cry of his newborn son snapped something in him. He burned into his resolve. He had to survive for his boy. The Kyuubi froze just slightly when it felt two signatures like its own when it came in contact with the two he stabbed. How could this be? Some imagery in his head were trying to break through, but he couldn't remember. It was hazy to the nine tails. The unintended, momentary pause allowed the two blondes time to recover whatever strength they had left. Pitifully, of course, Minato weakly looked over his shoulder, his blue eyes still full of determination, but extreme sadness. Light tears were forming out of them, but it was due to the immense pain and the fact his son from another time had also taken the hit with him. It didn't sit well with the Hokage. Naruto, his voice raspy and hoarse. I have to use the... No, no you don't. I said what I said, I meant it. You're not going to foolishly throw your life away. His future son replied, his own voice barely above a whisper as the small boy struggled to look up and meet the saddened gaze, his breath running dangerously ragged. I'll save you, and the other me. IP promise, D-Bat-Bayo. The similar verbal tick made Minato shudder, but in a good way. His beloved wife had normally said something like that when she was very angry or excited, and even said she hoped their child wouldn't pick up on that. Well, it seemed too late for that. Naruto seemingly inherited that through her side of genetics. The Kyuubi removed his claw from them, causing the two to collapse to the ground where a thick puddle of their mixed blood and dirt awaited them. Both wearily attempted to stand, Minato succeeding a tiny margin faster than Naruto, but it was incredibly taxing. The future blonde cursed his tiny body's size. Hey, I have an idea, but I need help channeling only the yin chakra. Naruto thought to his tenants. That was a stupid stunt you pulled off, kid. Yin Kurama growled as he scolded the boy but continued anyway. This wasn't the time nor place to reprimand his ex-host. We will help, but what is this idea you have in mind? Dad was about to seal that Kyuubi in the other me, right? Well, I remember Sasuke having the yin power of Hagoromo Dono, and that allowed a powerful sealing technique. If I can channel a lot of yin chakra, I can maybe manifest a slight portion of that and fuse it as a seal on the baby me. It'd keep and calm down the other Kyuubi much faster since he'd be sensing the Rikudo Sennin's familiar power. He said, running the idea rapidly in his mind's eye. But to do that, I need to be in the Rikudo Senjutsu mode. I know my chakra control is abysmal right now, but it's the only thing I can think of. Can you guys help me? There was a light pause before he got a response back. It's possible. There's no time to test this, Naruto, so. I know. It's very risky, but I have to try. All right, kid. Get ready. Naruto panted heavily but closed his eyes as he felt the natural energy around him in great abundance. As steady and focused as he could be in such a situation, he welcomed the flow of the young Kurama's chakra flow through him, initiating and keeping in control of the six-path sage mode. His entire form change lit up the surrounding area in a brilliant light. His skin wasn't glowing like it would be when he used Kurama's cloaked form, but the rest of him alighted in radiance. Long strands of his hair stood up like a flame, imitating an impression of horns, similar to the old sages. His eyes were a deep, golden yellow color than the red of the Kurama form or the orange of his toad sage mode. A dark bodysuit covered his body from neck down to his legs, temporarily covering up his wounds, and stopping just before the ankles of his feet and his fingers. A light-colored long-sleeved coat materialized on the boy's form, with the backside adorned in dark markings of the Rinnegan and 9 Magatama, and 6 more around his collar but only in a lighter color. Several truth-seeking balls also materialized and levitated around him, completing the transformation. However, as soon as it finished, Naruto's body suddenly grew several times heavier. His breath conflicted and the pain that circulated from his previous impalement wasn't doing him any good. The intensity of the form's power was weighing him down, constricting his movements. He swore silently to himself as he felt beads of sweat beginning to roll down his face and his body started trembling as the dense power circulated through him. Concrete evidence of the strain the form was having on his miniature body. He figured because of his shrunken size, the Rikudo Senjutsu wasn't compatible to it and therefore it needed more control than when he had been older, taller. All in all, it felt like he had been crushed by a large house and had been paralyzed by it. Damn, Kit, I can already feel the strain it's having on you. We don't know how long we can help you maintain this form, so be quick. Your body can't handle this much of a strain for long. I estimate about 2 minutes maximum. That's all right. I think that's about as much time as I need anyway. Attempting to maintain himself, Naruto turned to his father, who was staring at him, transfixed in awe. He grinned foxily as he returned his attention to the now struggling Kyuubi. Dad, he started, snapping the fourth out of his stupor. His voice was still raspy but he persisted anyhow. I'm going to seal the Kyuubi in my other self, with a different style that will no doubt be strong enough to subdue and contain him. Minato finally took the breath that eluded him. He glanced down at the glowing form of the boy, his son, with a concerned expression. How will you do this? The Shiki Fuin is the only seal I could find that will work against the Kyuubi. Naruto simply grinned again. I know what I'm doing, or going to do. Trust me, okay? He replied. Oh, before I forget, the future blonde quickly tapped his father's chest with the palm of his hand. The yang release activated immediately, converting into the intended healing energy. Just by using a fraction of that power, Naruto felt the drop of his chakra. Kami, he needed to hurry up before the approximated time limit ran out. There, now I'll feel better about going through with this. Naruto smiled as he watched the curative power heal his father's wound. The blonde Hokage would still need to see medic nins after this as Naruto didn't have full control of this form. The best he could do was restore some of his father's chakra and heal minimally. Just enough to get the man moving adequately. Getting another scold to hurry up from the Kurama pair in his gut, the smaller blonde hurried off to face the Kyuubi of this time. Looking down at his left hand, he noticed the yin chakra of the tailed beasts combined were enough to form the sealing tattoo, albeit faintly, on his palm. With Gamabunta struggling but using his all to hold down the monstrosity, Naruto knew he was running on borrowed time. Quickly, he shot towards the 9 tails, his left hand outstretched when it touched the beast's nose. In half of a second, the Kyuubi's eyes narrowed at the boy but widened in realization. It couldn't be. The Rikudo Jiji? Taking this as his chance, Naruto mumbled, I'm sorry, and began manipulating the fox's enormous amount of chakra into his hands. Using his yang release to contain the surge of potent energy, Naruto struggled to force it into a spherical shape, much like if he were forming a Rasengan. Despite being in one of his powerful forms, blood began to drip from his nose and his body began shaking weakly. He was pushing himself and the pair of Kurama were throwing out the warning that he only had a quick minute more until they couldn't power the transformation. Once he had the full of the Kyuubi's chakra formed and the beast's solid body evaporated, he rushed back as fast as his now tired legs could carry him. The injuries of his base form were creeping back, like biting him in the ass for trying to shove them away. It was slowing him down progressively. His body flickered on and off, as if signaling it would shut down and revert back. But he bit back his agony and pushed himself a little further over his limits. It was dangerous, he knew it, but he had to finish this. As soon as he got within range of his infant self, he suddenly cried out as an unknown force of excruciating pain clamped onto him like a Venus flytrap. The boy fell forward, his flashing form blinking once again before it tried to stabilize. This more or less alerted Minato, who was whirling from his emotions and the overprotective father mode was going into overdrive, urging him to move. Naruto, the older blonde worriedly shouted as he rushed to his future son's collapsed form. He was unsure if he could touch him, but seeing the boy cough up more blood, he didn't hesitate anymore. Naruto's visible wounds from before were showing up in this new state of transformation of his, including the gaping hole in the child's stomach that glared back him. It didn't help that the kid's pants were violent and heavy and it deeply concerned Minato. He was trying his hardest to flush down the panic that seized his heart. I am okay. Naruto choked out, but it was a blatant lie. He was definitely not okay. But he didn't want to have an argument with his father when he was so close to finishing this task. He could already feel the man's disapproving glare upon him, so he continued. I have to hurry. Help me get tea to the other me. Naruto spoke through his dilapidated breath. His glowing body was fading in and out, but it maintained as much as it could. Knowing the serious tone the 6-year-old used, Minato nodded and situated the boy into his arms and carried him towards his infant son. Apparently, having sensed his older self's distress once again, the baby Naruto began crying out, his tiny little hands tightened into fists. It was strange to Minato, but he decided to ignore it for now. When he approached the wailing baby with his future son, he knelt down in order for the other to seal the Kyuubi. Kit, the Yin Kurama murmured hurriedly to Naruto. Now that we had time to see the plan, we need to change it now. Seal our past self into you but transfer the yang into your younger self. This way, the strain of the sealing won't be as harmful to the child because of our bond. The seal will put me into a deep slumber but will keep others from detecting my presence within the kit. Are you sure that can be done? Yes. Rikudo Jiji's sealing prowess had been the finest in his time. But, enough about that. We'll handle the rest as soon as you begin, but you must hurry up. There's not much time for us to hold the form together. All right. Minato watched in confusion and awe as his older son placed his left hand against his stomach. The angry, red chakra of the Kyuubi filtered into his body, causing the boy to convulse and shake violently from the tortuous pain. Beads of sweat trickled down his face. His lungs ached and burned as he tried hard to greedily consume as much oxygen as he could to steady himself. His breath was beyond the point of extreme labor. He was forcing himself to work in overdrive, but knowing the outcome, he didn't mind the taxing discomfort. It happened for only a few seconds until his body stopped and, using the same hand prior, drew out another source of chakra from his stomach's seal. It felt oddly familiar. In fact, it was like the same chakra signature as the red, but it was much warmer and softer, if it could be called that. The future Naruto, through heavy pants, brought his left hand over the baby's stomach and gently pressed down on it, weakly calling out, "Seal," just as his body flickered out of the Rikudo Senjutsu mode. Similar, dark and light markings of the Magatama formed on the infant Naruto's body, but it vanished after a moment. A half-moon-shaped seal was over the Hake no Fuin Shiki that Minato placed earlier, signifying the success of the containment. He was fully aware that the future Naruto had just made himself a Jinchuriki in both ways. Even though that was what he had planned, it didn't make it any easier to accept. Naruto's hand tiredly slipped off his younger self's belly, and a light smile graced his face. He was exhausted in more ways than one, but the deed had been done. The baby opened his eyes, meeting the matching ones of his older version. As the 6-year-old observed the baby version of himself, he could detect that the Kurama of his time had already settled and was nearly non-existent, almost as if he purposely allowed the infant's growing chakra to mask his presence. That was good enough for Naruto. "Naru-chan, shush. It's gonna be okay." Naruto whispered softly again, conveying his feelings through his voice. Little Naruto's cries still carried on strongly, and a simple, tender touch of the older Naruto's hands were enough to calm the weeping child. The reaction still baffled Minato, but now that he had time to adapt to the exchange, he figured since the two of them were technically the same person, they would have some sort of effect on another, emotionally from what he could tell. It would never replace Kushina, however the older Naruto had the same effect of calming the younger Naruto down. The fourth realized he would come to count on this connection in the near future. "Bunta, thank you," Minato said to the large toad chief, who sluggishly nodded and poofed away in a cloud of smoke. The barrier that he had formed prior lowered, allowing several Anbu, along with the Sandaime, that had been outside it in. Minato picked up both of his sons, noticing how the wounds on the older were beginning to heal up. It must have been to the Kyuubi's influence. He adjusted the older Naruto into a sitting position in his left arm while he supported the infant one in his right, while the former was using the remaining strength he had to hold onto the baby. "Minato!" Sarutobi shouted, getting the man's attention. The former Hokage noticed his successor was covered in dirt, grime and caked blood, but appeared to be fine. There was an infant in his grasp that the old man knew was his son, but the other child he didn't completely recognize. He also seemed aware that Minato had both of them in a protective embrace and a powerful, leaking aura that practically screamed, "Do not touch." "Don't worry, Sarutobi-sama, everything's fine now." "But what of the Kyuubi? Where did it go? And that flash of golden light?" Minato shook his head. "I will explain all of that at a later time. I need to get these two to the hospital quickly." He was well aware of the explanations he would have to make for the council and that the villagers needed assurance that the threat was no more. He noticed the grim stare his predecessor gave him, but it didn't worry Minato. His son needed medical attention right away. "I'll have everything explained within the week. The threat has been dealt with and now we must turn our attention to rebuilding what has been damaged." "Sarutobi-sama, I can entrust this to you?" The old man nodded in understanding. "Of course, Minato." With that as his confirmation, Konoha's yellow flash used his Hiraishin to flash away. Monday, October 27, 400 NE. 2 weeks later, 11:14 a.m., Uchiha Obito watched the slumbering boy in his hospital bed. He and his friend and teammate, Hitaki Kakashi, had been assigned a mission from their sensei, the 4th Hokage. Alongside a few assigned hidden Anbu in the room and outside it, the two were the only ones that were allowed permission to stay near this boy and his newborn son. Their sensei had been strictly adamant about not letting anyone other than himself, the sandaime and the nurses tending to the kids into the room. Beside the kid, in an incubator was said newborn, who was lost in dreamland. On that horrible day last week, he had sensed Minato's sensei using the Kyuubi's power, and after some time, the teen hardly felt it anymore. It scared him. His sensei's chakra signature was nearly gone, and that only meant one thing to Obito. Someone had extracted the Kyuubi from his teacher. It was a dreadful thought that plagued him for several minutes until he felt the signature of the Kyuubi mere seconds before it was somehow teleported into the center of the village, causing havoc. He hardly had time to forewarn his companions that the beast was coming until it landed, right out of nowhere. Even as mostly Jonin and Anbu-ranked shinobi were allowed to fight it, those within his age group, including Kakashi, were forbidden from engaging the Kyuubi. Those had been the orders of the sandaime. Still, when one of the 9 tails Bijudama were aimed at them, Obito had rushed in to save them. He was still only Chunin rank, but after the Third Shinobi World War, he had acquired a new ability from his clan's Kekkai Genkei. He never told his sensei or Kakashi about it because he himself didn't know how to truly utilize it, but in an act of desperation, he channeled chakra to his eyes, activating his Sharingan. The large sphere was sucked into some vortex and vanished. That was troubling. Seconds later, the Bijudama reappeared, but far away from the village, surprising everyone with the oddity of it. Nevertheless, the diversion proved useful as it saved many lives. Many shinobi and kunoichi were desperately trying their best to push the multi-tailed fiend back with their weapons and B-rank to A-rank jutsu. Some were having very little effect while most hardly did anything to phase the creature. Both Obito and Kakashi knew, as well as the sandaime, that if the Kyuubi was free that meant Minato was dead. Hope for Konoha's survival was slowly dwindling. If their sensei were here, he'd have figured out something. That's when the old man showed up to make a request. Flashback no jutsu. Uchiha Obito, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former 3rd Hokage, called to his attention. The teenaged Uchiha turned to face the old man, standing still. "Sir, come with me." The old man's voice was deathly serious. It wasn't just about the Kyuubi's attack though. Obito nodded and shunshined alongside the sandaime to another location. It was atop the Hokage monument, right on Senju Hashirama's head. Obito waited anxiously for the ex-Hokage to speak whatever he had to say. While he wasn't the sharpest kunai in the pouch, he had a sinking feeling of what the conversation was going to be about. "Obito, you remember the S-rank secret that keeps both yours and Minato's statuses as Jinchuriki private, correct?" The teenager blinked but nodded. He never liked that word, Jinchuriki, but unfortunately that's what he and his sensei were. "I understand you and your tenant have only been acquainted for 2 years, not enough time for full cooperation, but now." Sarutobi's eyes hardened when he saw the Kyuubi swipe away more powerful ninjutsu that was created to attack it from afar. "I believe it is best for you to utilize its power." Obito's body stiffened and his eyes narrowed, but not at the old man. He wanted him to use the Biju's power in this battle, possibly to give everyone a fighting chance. When he was working somewhat with the demon contained in him, He felt powerful, stronger than before, but their relationship was, at best, just acquaintances at this point. The Biju didn't outright hate him. It was pretty polite on several occasions. It didn't fight or refuse, but it was stubborn when it came to its host using its power for a little longer than normal. Still, to use it now? People would find out and he'd be labeled. But, in the end, it would be worth it. He'd use it to save as many lives as he could. His sensei encouraged him to befriend the chakra monster sealed inside him. He had tried ever since he found out his sensei was also a container, and when he was told, it made sense to try and get the creature on his side and to earn its trust. They could bond and their combined power would be devastating. Minato sensei had demonstrated that to him a couple months ago when he and the Kyuubi's power became one temporarily and allowed a totally different cloaked form transformation. Obito wanted to reach that stage of power, but not because he wanted it out of greed. No, he wanted it because it was like a badge of approval, of trust between him and the Biju. Understanding the gravity of the situation and the fact Konoha's survival was weighted against this decision, Obito steeled himself firmly. Obito, I understand if you do not wish to go through with this. It's all right, Sandaime-sama. I'll do it. The teenaged Uchiha slightly cut him off, surprising the old man. Sarutobi eyed him as Obito continued, but my clansmen will find out about this when I do. They'll probably freak out or something stupid. And we'll be sure to keep it private as much as possible to ensure that you still live like a civilized human being. He wasn't sure about that, but he had a duty to his village. He had to do everything in his power to save it. No matter what, he was still a shinobi of Konoha and he wouldn't let it suffer. Okay, are you going back? Yes. Try to remain here, Obito, and prepare. We will hold off the Kyuubi for as long as we can. When you're finished, come down. Yes, sir. The Sandaime nodded, a deep, tired frown on his battle-hardened face. When he used the Shunshin to head back to the battle, Obito sat down, cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. This was taught to him by Minato sensei, as a means to not only clear his thoughts but to effectively communicate with his Biju. It worked as he felt the beast rumble within his mind, most likely due to the intense chakra of the Kyuubi nearby it could sense. Nay, Lil Colt, it's about time you contacted me. I sense Kurama Ni's anger from here and it's not good. Kakuo-san, that's why I'm here. The Kyuubi's been released and I can't sense Minato-sensei's life force anymore. He's. Obito shut his eyes to fight back the wetness that betrayed him. Shinobi don't weep for their fallen loved ones during a battle, but it was so hard. The man had been involved in his life since he had been assigned to his genin team. Had been there for him, never admonished him when he was late but kept reminding him to arrive on time. Hell, when the Gobi had been forced sealed to him during the Third World War, he never judged and fixed the seal so it wouldn't strain him nor the creature. The thought of losing him, it hurt. It hurt so much. Sensing his host's anguish, Kakuo, the Five Tails Biju, stepped forward and nudged the Uchiha. Don't weep, Lil Colt. You will have time for that later. Right now, we must focus our power together and stop Kurama Ni from attacking the village. I know, but I understand. It is very painful to lose someone very close to you. I, as with all the Biju, have lost someone very close to us as well. A long time ago. Come, Lil Colt, we must prepare. Obito took a deep breath and left his mindscape to connect back with his body. The familiar channel of his and Kokuo's budding chakra merged lit up within his body, and before long, a red cloak ignited around him. 3 of the Gobi's 5 tails manifested as part of the cloak behind him, and a small portion of Obito's hair shifted slightly in recognition of his tailed beast's horns. When the Uchiha opened his eyes, they weren't the dark pools anymore. His eyes took on the colors of the Gobi's, light blue with a red ring inside the pupil. His body adjusted to the Biju's natural ability to enhancing his physical strength capacity. 3-tailed form was as much as the boy could handle at this point. Any further and he'd succumb to an overwhelming force that would numb his mind and take control. Essentially, he'd become a danger to everyone around him if he attempted the 4th tail. Obito stood up from his meditation and placed his goggles over his eyes. Kakuo-san, I'm ready. Nay, all right, let's get going then. Be careful, Lil Colt. Kurama Ni-san is very strong, so all of our attacks have to be precise. Nodding, Obito used the Shunshin Jutsu to head for the battlefield. End flashback. The battle last night was terrifying. It scared him because for one, the Kyuubi was being controlled by this madman. Obito's tailed form sometimes caught the Nine Tails off guard, but only for a moment until he regained his footing and tried to flatten the teenager. Several times did the young Jinchuriki avoid merciless attacks, one by one, and deflecting any Bijudama that would have leveled some part of the village. He was the only one that could stand half a chance against the might of the possessed Kyuubi, but even Obito knew it wouldn't be enough. His powered-up physical punches did some work, but it only made the wild beast angrier that he was being assaulted. The second reason it scared him was because his clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had saw him in the tailed form a couple of times throughout the battle. The man was a part of the Uchiha force that headed out on the front lines to keep the Kyuubi at bay. Obito even had to save the man, and a couple others, from being turned into barbecue Uchiha by the Kaiden barrage that the Nine Tails aimed for him and other shinobi. The encounter hadn't been pretty, but Obito was glad he was able to do something worthwhile. While Kakuo was an abundance and a limitless demon of chakra, his host didn't have unlimited stamina to compensate. Just after an hour and a half of firing of jutsu and helping save unsuspecting shinobi from the Kyuubi's charge, he had grown tired. He had a feeling this was his limit. Hell, the cloak started to fade out. Many times did he chant to himself to keep going because the village needed his help and that he was the only one to keep the beast back. His strong will and sheer luck were the only things that kept Uchiha Obito going, even though his chakra was dangerously low and his body growing wearier by the minute. Kakuo even urged him to retreat, but no. The stubborn boy slaved himself to persist. He wouldn't bend over backwards to this. He would rather die valiantly while defending his home than to flee like a coward. Just as he was attempting to get through the hand signs to complete his next jutsu, another Bijudama was purposefully targeting him. Obito's eyes widened when the thing fired off, too fast for his liking. He stood his ground, but he was shaking. He couldn't deflect that nor avoid it. He couldn't even summon up the necessary chakra to finish. Damn it, he thought, unable to keep his eyes off the menacing sphere of energy heading his way. Time seemed to have slowed down for him. It was coming, it was going to be the end of him. Rin, I'm sorry. I couldn't keep the promise I made you. At the last moment, he shut his eyes. The next thing he knew, he felt like he was in the air. Yep, he was probably dying. That was the only explanation for the strange phenomenon. And I never got to thank Kakashi Teme for helping me with that new jutsu. What a way to die. Obito wearily opened his eyes. He spotted some splotches of color in his vision. It looked like white and yellow mixing together, and when the daze lightly lifted, the colors started to form into the one man that he believed was dead. Sensei. Was he hallucinating? Do dead people hallucinate, anyway? Was this some dream he was having before he was blown to smithereens? The figment of his imagination smiled down at him, those familiar, blue orbs glistening brightly. Obito, I'm glad you're all right. Minato, the Uchiha, was sure it was him, said softly. I'm proud of you. You held off the Kyuubi for a long time and helped many of your fellow shinobi. You deserve to rest. You've exhausted your chakra. Well, he was extremely tired, having gone into tailed beast mode to fend off a giant fox monster while helping others. But for some imagination, it felt awfully warm and real. Too real. Obito couldn't wrap his mind around it because he was too drained and tired to think. But, if this was real. Minato-sensei? Why? You're not. Why you're not? He choked on the forming sobs in his throat. The unbidden tears forming in the corner of his eyes. I'm fine, Obito. Rest now. It's going to be all right. He believed those words and sighed deeply in utter relief. The last thing Obito heard was the distraught voice of Kakashi shouting his name. Saturday, October 11, 400 NE. 6:47 a.m. The next time he came to, Obito woke up in the familiar whiteness of a hospital room. He couldn't remember what the heck happened. He could barely turn his head to look out the window to his right. It was still dark outside, though the light of sunrise was inching close. Turning away from there, he felt a familiar chakra signature and adjusted himself to find it. What caught his eye surprised him. It was Kakashi's form sitting next to him in a chair, slouched over in a discomforted position. His single eye was closed, his already untamed hair was slightly disheveled, and his hand was barely keeping the Icha Icha book he cherished so much steady. He looked ready to drop dead any minute, and the way he was in that position made Obito wonder if he did just that. The shuffling of his body under the covers alerted the slumbering Hitaki instantaneously. His right eye opened wearily as it spotted the dark orbs of his teammate staring at him. Obito. Hey, Kakashi, what are you doing? The other teen paused for a moment to shift into a better sitting position in his chair before replying. I was waiting for you to wake up. You've been out for a day. Tsunade-sama said you had chakra exhaustion. Kakashi trained his visible eye on his friend. She said you'd be awake by tomorrow. You had Minato-sensei and I very worried. Obito gulped slightly. He didn't mean to worry anyone. He was just doing his job as a shinobi. He was defending his village like the others. I'm sorry, Kakashi. It wasn't intentional, but the Sandame asked me. I know. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it was thanks to you know who that you're able to get back up much faster than was anticipated. The silver-haired Jonin sat back in his chair, lazily readjusting himself to continue reading his book. Obito relaxed after his friend relayed the information to him. However, there was this creeping feeling in the back of his mind that told him something bad was going to happen and it involved his clan for some reason. Whatever it was, he could probably handle it when it came. He pushed the negative thought to the back of his mind and allowed himself to rest up. He wanted to enjoy the silent company of his friend's presence and sleep until he was tired of sleeping. The irony. I'll let Minato-sensei and the nurses know you're awake. I won't be gone long, Kakashi said as he stood up and stretched, then prepared to exit the room. Obito watched him with half-lidded eyes and smiled. Sure, don't get lost on the road of life, Teme. The Uchiha joked. Kakashi's eyes smiled to him. I'm sure I won't, Dobi. With that, the masked Jonin left the room, closing the door behind him. Present time, 11:40 a.m. The two friends had been assigned to watch the sleeping boy a couple days after Obito was omitted from the hospital room that cramped his style. Seeing the hell that was the white walls was getting on his nerves. There were times both of them occupied the room or they'd switch out with one another to take care of quick business, such as getting something to eat or relieve the other. The kid had been out for 2 weeks, and it was causing their sensei to worry. The infant Naruto hardly woke up nor cried for anything other than the basic necessities, which the medic Nins noticed was odd coming from a newborn, before going back to sleep. It was just really weird. Nay, Kakashi, when did Tsunade-sama say he should be waking up? Like, how much longer? Obito asked, thoroughly bored. Ma, she said until another few days from now, the aforesaid teen replied, turning a page in his brand new copy of Icha Icha. The kid was suffering from several injuries, Obito. Chakra exhaustion, blood loss, few scrapes and bruises, and not to mention, he had been impaled by the Kyuubi's claw along with Minato-sensei. As he listed the injuries, the Uchiha shuddered visibly. Being stabbed with a knife or kunai was bad, but by that giant, raging furball? The kid was lucky to even be alive right now. It's a miracle he's still alive and stabilized. Yeah, and he's just a kid, too. They sat in silence again, one reading his book while standing in a corner and the other occupying a chair, arms folded. A few minutes went by until Obito felt a mental pull. He fidgeted slightly but figured something was up. Kakashi noticed his movements and met his teammate's eye. Something wrong, Obito? Yeah, it needs to speak with me, he said with a strong hint. The silver-haired teen got the message and nodded. Silently thanking Kakashi, Obito got up from his chair and sat down on the floor, getting into his meditating pose. He relaxed as he closed his eyes, feeling the pull drag him into his mindscape. The second it happened, his body slumped a little but not by much. Kakashi shook his head. No matter how many times Obito and his sensei did that, he couldn't get used to it. He would never admit it aloud, but he wondered how it felt like to speak with a Biju on a semi-personal matter. Seconds later, Obito opened his eyes with a grim look on his face. Whatever conversation he had with the chakra monster, the Uchiha wasn't going to say. The pair remained silent for a little while longer until something shuffled. Both immediately turned their attention to the kid they'd been assigned to watch over for the past 2 weeks. He was waking up. The teens shared a glance at each other for a quick moment and the Uchiha took the initiative. I'll inform Minato-sensei, Obito stated seriously. His teammate simply nodded as he shunshined away. Kakashi closed his book and pocketed it, then returned his attention to the kid. The Hitaki Jonin was kind of surprised the first time he saw the boy. He had the same, untamed mop of blonde hair as his teacher's, albeit a tone lighter. His skin complexion was a fraction darker than the aforementioned latter, and what confused him more was the 6 lines that marked the kid's face, 3 on each cheek. During his quick observations, Kakashi found that his sensei's son also had those same marks in the same place. It puzzled him and he couldn't help but wonder. Was the boy related to his sensei? When he had gotten Obito on the puzzle, his teammate also noticed the similarities between their teacher, said teacher's newborn son, and the mystery kid. These strikingly identical instances made them highly suspicious of the boy. They had a feeling Minato-sensei hadn't told them the whole story when he said he found the kid during the middle of the fight with the Kyuubi. For all they knew, the civilians were evacuated to a safe location when the beast arrived inside the village. Kakashi and the rest of the Chunin and Jonin that were in his age group were forbidden from fighting the creature but were ordered to help evacuate the villagers. They had not seen anyone matching this kid's appearance in the village. In fact, the only one that did was their Hokage, but he was outside the village, presumed dead because of the 9 tails being free. It was silly thinking to imagine that man had shrunk down to the diminished size of a child after that. Those who knew what would happen after an extraction were certain the host died almost immediately. Kakashi didn't know what to think of this kid. Nothing made sense, nor did it add up. How did he get outside of the village? How did he end up near his sensei? What was he doing there anyway? He and Obito thought he was a spy sent from Iwakiri, but it dropped the moment they felt the utter possessiveness Minato-sensei showed towards not only his infant son but to the kid. They couldn't place it. Why, for all that's worth, did their Hokage trust and protect the kid so much? It was way too strange for the Hitaki prodigy to figure out. But one thing he knew for certain: this little boy had to be related to his teacher in some way. Couldn't be his kid, since Naruto had been born 2 weeks ago. Not only that, Minato-sensei hadn't said anything about having another child before Kushina became pregnant. In fact, he recalled the joy in his teacher's eyes when the private announcement of his wife's pregnancy. He wasn't an expert, but he could tell that the baby would be his first. He even expressed that this was his first time. Nothing out of the ordinary there, and the man wasn't known for lying. It was impossible for him to. Kakashi thoughts entertained him with another idea. What if the kid was Minato's brother? It was possible, but the kid looked like a first-year academy student. He looked much too young to be his sensei's brother. The Hokage was just in his mid-20s. Maybe he was actually older and just dwarf-sized? At the point, he didn't realize how close his assumption had been. Maybe he was sensei's nephew then? But he never mentioned about having any other siblings because he had been an orphan before he came to Konoha as a child. The last relative option he could think of was a cousin. Any of these could be possibly true, but a tad far-fetched. How would any relative know exactly when to appear on the battlefield like that? Perhaps he had been passing through? But that was silly. Even if the kid was a trained shinobi, nobody in their right mind would allow a boy so young to travel on his own. Though the thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if the kid was also an orphan and that he ran away to find someone who he could call family. It would make sense a little, and now that he truly thought on it, Kakashi began to understand it. What if that's true? Another sound of bed covers shifting caught his attention, and Kakashi noticed the boy was sitting up, staring at him with wide, very familiar, cerulean blue eyes. He couldn't get a reading from the kid's expression, but those eyes told him the boy was confused or startled to see him. Kakashi's only visible eye half narrowed at the 6-year-old child, who didn't seem fazed by the teen's suspicious focus. It was like he was used to it. How peculiar. When Naruto stirred from his sleep, he immediately recognized the smell of medicine and the cool air that could only belong to the hospital, and the fact he felt like crap. First, he thought the whole experience was just a bad dream. He felt the pull on his conscience, which prompted him to consult his tenant about the dream. Much to his dismay and ire, it was confirmed that everything from that day was not a dream. That, yes, he was still in the past. He had seen his father, his younger self, the past Kyuubi rampaging, the ceiling, and even that pedo-tobi fake that attacked him in the Kamui dimension and told him about some summoning technique that forced him out of his death. He guessed, and brought him here. Not to mention, said tenant reminded him that he was still the size and age of a squirt. All the information was mind-boggling at first, though within a few minutes, He was able to sort it out and make something sensible of it. Thankfully, he wouldn't have a headache with housing two Kyuubi in his mind. Whatever happened, Kurama was back to being one entity, and that was a huge relief. The fox also took this time to scold him harshly about his brash, foolish and reckless idea of taking the hit from his past self's claw. He also lectured about how he had been working overtime to heal his body so it could survive because he almost died. Naruto knew Kurama wouldn't tell him he had been worried for his well-being. Nope, the furball still maintained his superiority complex. Still, he knew Kurama cared and wouldn't push his luck. The seal Naruto self-placed on his stomach over the first two layers of the former ones had forced Kurama back into a cage, but the fox didn't mind it for the time being. It would allow the boy to readjust to the two fusions. Thankfully, nothing else within had been damaged. After the whole lecture, Kurama wanted to sleep to regain his energy, and Naruto left his mindscape to begin planning for the new future. He already accomplished stopping his father from stupidly sacrificing himself to seal the Kyuubi, and now he could move on to the next step. But what was next? Well, aside from adjusting to the new time he was placed in and trained his body to recover his lost strength. He hated being and feeling weak, and the diminished size wasn't going to stop him. But, first things first, no Rikudo Senjutsu or Biju modes until I train my new size of a body to handle them. I could probably handle stage 1 of the Biju mode possibly after a few months worth of training. Stage 2 and the other one are definite no-goes until I grow older, again. Ah well. He shifted in his bed, trying to get comfortable and go back to sleep, but it was futile. Once he was awake, nothing could stop him except for exhaustion. Curiously, the blonde lifted the sheets and his hospital robe to see the heavy amount of bandages wrapped around his stomach. Yikes. Maybe Kurama was right. Well, that was water under the bridge now, and he passed it. Sighing softly, Naruto carefully pushed himself up a little more and adapted into a new sitting position on the bed that was moderately comfortable. He couldn't wait to get out of here. As helpful as this place was, he dreaded and despised hospitals and anything clinic-related with an undying passion. They were boring, the food was average, and it was nothing but white walls surrounding him. Not only that, the smell of medicine and other chemicals they used here disturbed his sense of smell. Just as he relaxed, a chakra signature that he hadn't felt in a long while acquainted itself with his senses. He turned his head to see one of the few closest ninja in all of Konoha. It was Hitaki Kakashi, albeit a younger version of the man. "Sensei, you don't know how happy I am to see you again," Naruto thought longingly. He was half surprised to see the young man. No, wait. He was a teenager now, but probably not for long, with his somewhat lazy demeanor. Kakashi of this time seemed a little less lazy than his own, now that he thought about it. This kid also wasn't dressed in Anbu attire either. Kakashi-sensei had admitted his past to him after the battle with Otsutsuki Kagaya and had told him that he had been assigned to the Anbu after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War by his father, Minato. It was because of his grief of losing his two teammates, Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, that Kakashi couldn't focus and became a shadow of his former self. He took Obito's death hard and eventually picked up the Uchiha's habits of tardiness, and Rin's death, which was caused by his own hand, didn't help his sanity back then. Shaking from his thoughts, Naruto took it upon himself to compare the teenaged Kakashi to the story version of his former senseis. The kid had the face down and he still looked calm as before. His stance didn't indicate the usually laziness like the older version Naruto had come to know for a long time. His silvery white hair still defied the laws of gravity, and he was not alone without his precious Icha book. However, what caught Naruto's eye was that this Kakashi had his Hite-8 slanted over his left eye, leaving him as the Cyclops Jonin once more. The blonde remembered that Kakashi told them that he received his transplanted left eye, a Sharingan, as a gift from a friend, from Obito, when that fateful encounter with the Iwa Nins occurred during the Third War. Did that mean this Kakashi lost his world's Obito already? No, wait. If he did, that means Obito would have been that masked man, that Tobi guy. But the Tobi I fought earlier didn't have Obito's unique signature. I would have known. Naruto mused to himself. But Kakashi-sensei, this one, he's covering his left eye. That must mean the Obito of this time is dead somehow or something. And his other teammate, Rin. She must be dead, too. But if that's all true, Then why isn't Kakashi-sensei a part of the Anbu under dad? Naruto put up a facial mask when his eyes met with Kakashi's, who was giving him a piercing gaze that read him off as suspicious. The time traveler knew why the teenaged version of his ex-teacher was giving him that look. For now, he wouldn't say anything that could possibly warrant him any more hostility from Kakashi. He would wait until his father returned. Not a moment longer, Naruto heard the soft yawn of a much younger voice next to him. Blinking, he slightly leaned over to his left to see a baby with a mop of blonde locks similar to his own, wide, sky-colored eyes looking straight at him, the distinguishable whisker marks on his face and wrapped in an orange blanket. The future boy smiled and the infant reciprocated the facial expression. That was him, the little Naruto of this time. He still couldn't grasp how immensely adorable he was. Who would want to abandon such a cutie? At that thought, Naruto was sure he heard Kurama's deep chuckling at the back of his mind. Naruto mentally scowled back at him and told him to go back to sleep. Damn fox, and reading his thoughts. More chakra signatures that were steadily approaching flooded Naruto's senses again as he turned away from his littler self and looked up. Kakashi had still kept an eye on him but was waiting patiently for whoever it was to come inside the room. Two voices, one he recognized as the Yondaime's and another he wasn't sure about, were talking in semi-hushed tones outside the room. The doorknob turned slowly and the door was pushed in. So, yeah, there he is, sensei, the other voice Naruto didn't recognize said. The fourth Hokage entered the room, followed by a teenager wearing a dark navy blue, short-sleeve shirt, matching pants with orange lining running down them. He was wearing the Chunin vest but it was currently unzipped purposefully. The white wrap was around this guy's right thigh and his sandals also matched his already dark attire. His hair was short, wild and untamed, and his Konoha Hite was hidden behind a pair of goggles with orange lens. His eyes were pupilless and dark. When Naruto really got a good look at him, his mind started whirling at the image and the chakra signature of this teen. No way. It can't be him, can it? Thank you, Obito, Kakashi, for watching him. You're both dismissed, Minato said with a warm smile. The first name confirmed Naruto's previous thought. That kid was Uchiha Obito. So, if he was still alive now, and it was before the Kyuubi's attack when he presumed dead when Kakashi first told his story. This was confusing. What did this mean? Why was he here? Well, if he was here in Konoha, that means he's not being brainwashed by the old fart Madara and not becoming the twisted man that was Tobi. While this was all good news for Naruto, that didn't explain why Kakashi has his Hite slanted over his left eye. Did his teenaged sensei lose his eye in this time, too? Hi, sensei. The pair of shinobi nodded, feeling a bit uncomfortable leaving but obeyed anyway. They left the room via Shunshin. Minato waited until their signatures were gone before waving the Anbu away and closing the door. Naruto watched as the older blonde placed a few privacy seals in different areas of the room and activated them. After that, he grabbed a chair, placed it next to both of his sons and sat down. His blue eyes were focused so intently on the future boy that it made Naruto shudder from the intense, studious gaze. Finally, after an awkward minute of pregnant silence, Minato broke the ice. You really are Naruto, he stated with finality. That sort of caught him off guard. Just a little. Yeah. Minato shook his head but smiled nonetheless. It's awfully strange, you know? Just 2 weeks ago, my son was born and during that same night, a boy no older than 5 or 6 appears and seems to be an older version of said son. The Yondaime paused for a moment for the words to sink in. Naruto's face tinted a shade of pink in embarrassment. I wasn't sure how to really react to this. Kushina apparently knew who you were when she saw you. It must have been a mother's intuition that allowed her to make that connection. Naruto fidgeted but didn't say anything. What was there to say anyway? Still, however method you used to come here, it reassured me to know that you've already become a strong individual, even though you're just a young boy. Thanks, Dad. Naruto's face changed into a grin. But there's something you have to know. Minato looked at him curiously, waiting for him to go on. And Naruto obliged to the silent request. I didn't use a technique or anything to get here. It wasn't my true intention, to be honest, and no offense. The boy went silent for a quick second, sighing a bit. And, I'm not really as young as you think I might be. He was met with a puzzling expression from his father. No, you're not. Well, 6? How old are you, Naruto? I'm supposed to be 19 right now. Did you know I was also the Rokudame before I came here? He smirked when he saw his father's expression. He would state that loud and proud until the day he died again. It was his dream to become Hokage of Konoha and he accomplished it. The role also changed him. No longer was he the boy or teenaged prankster that was loud and had silly crushes. There were times when his brashness showed up, but it hardly happened during his reign. Unfortunately, like his father, he died too young, too. Going back on his original subject, Naruto continued. You know, I bet when those stupid bastards. Language, Minato warned sternly. He may not swear as much, only in conflicting situations, but he wouldn't let his son have such a foul mouth. Sorry, but when I was told I was summoned here, against my will, I assumed their skill at doing so was probably mediocre at best. Maybe some beginner tried it and it didn't work out too well. They were probably expecting a full-grown person containing the Kyuubi as a host, but they got a little kid instead. Just as he finished that, a horrid thought crossed his mind. Unless they intentionally messed with me and purposefully wanted a kid container so they would be manipulated easier or something like that. Even though Minato heard the rest of the explanation and had corrected his son from cursing, he was still wrapping his head around the fact this boy was supposed to be 19 years old and not a 6-year-old child. But he also recalled that strange, masked man saying that a summoning had been completed and that he was going to have a new Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Naruto's story seemed to fit with his side. That confirmed most of the mystery and that this Naruto was, in fact, the new Kyuubi host. It does match with my side of the story, Naruto, Minato said, getting the boy's attention. Nevertheless, we'll need to perhaps find a way to send you back to your own time. Naruto gaped at him. Was he serious? Had he been really thinking about sending him back? Narrowing his cobalt orbs at his father, he frowned. You're joking, right? Not missing a beat, Minato met his gaze. Pardon? You're seriously trying to send me back? Well, why not? Don't you have a family back in your own time waiting for you? Yes, but, he trailed, unsure how to really say this. Yes, he had his loving wife, Hinata, his friends the Rookie Nine, his best friend, Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, Iruka-sensei, Tsunade Baan and the others. But, it wasn't that easy. How could he go back if he had no body to return to? He'd be sent back to the afterlife stream instead. Dad, listen. If you send me back to my own time, I'll cease existing. That definitely wasn't the words the fourth was expecting from his son. Carefully, he asked, why would you? Naruto sighed deeply. How could he tell this to the man who essentially helped bring him into the world? Okay, it was a different version of his father, but the man was the same person regardless. Uneasily, the blonde boy turned away from Minato's scrutinizing expression. I died in my time. It was a few years after the Fourth Shinobi World War, a year after I married. He closed his eyes and grimaced. Like it was yesterday, he could recall the whole scene clearly. He didn't leave with any regrets. He was absolutely certain of that. But he still missed them all, and that feeling wouldn't go away. The room was chillingly silent after that. Minato only stared at his future boy with concern. How did he die? What caused his death? Would knowing help him prevent his infant son's death by the same means? Sensing the emotion rolling off his father in waves, Naruto continued. My death was kind of natural. It's a very long story, but to put it shortly, the chakra in my body ran out. Since I had absorbed the chakra of the other 8 Biju during the war, my body began to adjust and rely on it more than what was necessary. It adapted and began changing into a semi-dense form of chakra like the Biju are. So, in a way, my body was bordering on being a form of composed chakra and remaining human. The strain of the shift eventually waned out and couldn't keep up. By the time I realized what was going on, my body started fading. He paused again as he took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He didn't like recalling those memories, and they had been the hardest ones yet. Eventually, my body faded away and, yeah. Naruto finished. He left out a lot of the story, like how he actually had the other Biju residing within his body like the Rikudo Sennin during said mentioned war, separating their chakra from him and giving their lives and freedom back. Which was the cause of said death, but it was painful enough to recall the summarized version. His father didn't need any more worries on his plate. Naruto, it's not your fault, you know. But, I have this awful feeling that if you do find a way to send me back, I'll just wind up dying again." He and his father shared a serious look together. "My body evaporated, basically, so I don't have anything there to attach to and help me live again. I'd ceased to exist in that time period." This point, the baby Naruto began getting agitated, so Minato took him out of the incubator and held him in his arms. The older Naruto noticed and nodded. When I think about it, I'm willing to bet whoever summoned me here destroyed the evidence because they were planning on using me to get to Kurama." He finished, musing mostly aloud. Minato raised an eyebrow at the new name. "Kurama?" Naruto blinked. Oh yeah, that's the name of the fox." He said that as if he were chatting about the weather. "That's odd. He never told me his name." What do you mean, Dad?" The fourth looked at his future son as if he had grown a second head, though with slight confusion. "You don't know? You were never told in your time?" Naruto just stared blankly at his father. What didn't he not know? What wasn't he told in his own life? He felt like his dad had another hidden secret that was never spelled out to anybody while he had been alive in his own time. Was he going to tell him here? And, sure, this Minato probably knew about the fox because his mother had him sealed in her. That was an S-rank village secret. He had read up on that for closure of his own when he became the Rokudame. Though, his father here seemed like he knew the fox on a personal level. That didn't seem right. What do you mean? Minato took a few seconds to realize his son really didn't know. That was a little heartbreaking, since he made himself one a few weeks ago. Well, better break the ice now than never. You were never told that I housed the Kyuubi no Kitsune. He phrased that like a question. He saw Naruto's eyes widen and knew that the boy wasn't told in his future time. Impossible. He heard his son whisper uncertainly, but the Yondaime heard it clearly thanks to his heightened hearing. What's impossible, Naruto? That you had the Kyuubi in you. Blue eyes met one another again as the boy shook his head. That can't be. Mom had the Kyuubi sealed inside her. Her seal weakened when she was in labor delivering me. The boy stated with absolution. This news confused Minato. How could this be? He had carried that fox since he was 9 years old. But his future son was saying his wife had? Then again, now that he thought about it, he remembered the being asked to become a temporary host for the Kyuubi while they waited for the real replacement for Mito-sama to arrive. That person, who turned out to be Kushina, didn't come in time, and with the elderly Uzumaki growing wearier by the day, the council and Sandame couldn't wait any longer. Minato accepted that role of the temporary Jinchuriki because his relation to the Senju clan, although diluted a couple generations. He had enough reserves to contain the Kyuubi in at 9 years old. Thanks to said Senju blood in his veins, he would survive an extraction as long as the monster fox's chakra didn't fully mix with his own. With Jiraiya-sensei, they designed a seal without a filter so that the two chakra wouldn't mix and thus keep Minato's life moderately safe when the next transfer occurred. Unfortunately, when Kushina did arrive, Mito-sama had already passed away and she had been terrified of becoming the next carrier of the 9 tails. Naturally, only the Uzumaki clansmen could properly hold the beast completely without problem. He had suffered a lot of complications mental-wise with the fox sealed in him. Still, he had understood the red-haired teen's worry and told the Sandame he would carry the burden instead. But now, Naruto was telling him something opposite. Was it maybe that the Kushina of his time accepted her role as the second container? If so, it made sense. But, just to be sure, he needed to tell the boy and ask his apparent question. Naruto, I believe there are some differences in our timelines. You claimed Kushina carried the fox, but in this time, I was the one who did. 12 years ago, I was asked to become a temporary carrier until your mother arrived to Konoha. This confused the boy more than he ever wanted to. But the Kyuubi's chakra is like extremely potent. If this is going back to when Senju Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito, was alive, that meant you'd have been really little and stuff. I thought only those of the Uzumaki clan or newborn babies could contain him. Minato nodded. That's correct. Originally, Mito-sama sent a letter to her original home nation, Uzushiogakure, for another who could fulfill the role of carrying the 9 tails. The clan leaders apparently chose Kushina for it because of her larger-than-average reserves. However, there had been complications with her arrival and Mito-sama's health had been declining each day. The clan heads and council were getting worried that the seal would break because she was getting closer to her death. The fourth paused to let his version of the tale sink in. When he still had Naruto's attention, he went on. Because of that, there was a meeting that would decide to select someone or two in Konoha that had at least half the reserves Mito-sama possessed while they waited for Kushina to arrive. When I was examined the first time I arrived in Konoha, I was told I had very large reserves for a child my age and was considered lucky. When this information was transferred to the meeting that day, it was a done deal. I was chosen to carry the 9 tails temporarily. Of course, I had been asked by the Sandaime if I would accept the role or not. At first, I was afraid, but when I realized that something bad would happen if I didn't at least try, I accepted. I did because it would be me that kept the Kyuubi prisoner until his real jailer revealed themselves. Kushina eventually did arrive, but it was a week after the transfer had been completed and Mito-sama passed away. She was frightened and couldn't accept the burden, so I told Sarutobi-sama that I would continue holding the fox. Naruto said nothing, hardly breathed, when his father relayed his story to him. That was definitely different than how it went for him. His father had been the Jinchuriki rather than his mother. It took some time to process it all, sort it out and match it up with his own version of the tale. Things were different here. It was as if the decisions in his world, if they didn't happen, then what happened here could have been done there. The same was probably likewise. Wow, it's all so different than what I know. He managed to say after a full minute and a half of awkward silence. Really? Yeah, apparently, Mom arrived on time in my, world. So she carried the fox instead. Then, I was right. Some things that happen here probably never did in your time and vice versa. Minato mused a bit. That's weird. Naruto trailed, frowning a little. He wondered if his younger self would have never become the Kyuubi container had he not come to this time. His father would have still carried the fox and he'd have a normal childhood. Wait a minute. Hey Dad? If you have the fox, then how come we had been fighting it? His father's eyes sharpened a little, but it wasn't a glare aimed at him. Thank goodness. It was pretty frightening to be under it. That man that pulled you out of his eyes. The Kamui, Naruto interjected. Minato raised an eyebrow but accepted the correction with a nod. Right. When he did, he was about to unseal your Kyuubi to unleash havoc. I intercepted him using my Hiraishin, but his hand came from nowhere and pushed into my chest, where my seal originally was. I made the mistake of staring into his eyes, the Sharingan, and he nearly ripped the entire 9 tails from me. An unsettling frown donned his face. Kushina. She used her remaining strength to shove him away before the forced extraction was complete. Her sacrifice helped me survive, allowed me to keep half of the Kyuubi in, but not without a price. Naruto also frowned and glared at nothing in particular. Mom, she's gone, huh? A silent, slow nod was his response and the future blonde groaned in frustration. Damn, nothing in my life can ever work out, can it? Minato didn't admonish his son's language this time. He still felt guilty about it, still felt at fault. But the promise he made to his deceased wife allowed him to carry through. She wanted him to take care of both of their boys, regardless if one wasn't supposed to be where he is. After hearing his older son had died naturally in his own world and that he'd return to the dead if he tried sending him back, brought a shiver down the Yondaime's back. The world would be imbalanced if he stayed, but it was a possibility it wouldn't. Again, it hadn't rolled over and quit yet, so perhaps it was safe for his 19-turned-6-year-old to remain here. Remain here safe with him. I'm sorry, Naruto. It's going to be okay. I hope so. Now that I know some of your story, I decided it wouldn't be right to send you back. I don't want to take any chances with being the one to kill you again essentially. He offered a smile of reassurance to him. It looks like you're stuck here with me and your younger self. The future boy met his father's eyes and a wide, foxy grin spread across his face. All right, so his mother was dead. It still saddened him because he always wanted both of his parents there with him. It looks like his little self wouldn't have a mom either, but at least he'd have his dad. Naruto was going to make sure Minato lived. This was too good to be true. He could be with his dad. And he could spoil his little self silly. You mean it? Yes. The boy whooped but immediately regretted it when a sharp pain came from his stomach. He groaned and lied back down. Guess the excitement's too much for the pain to handle, he chuckled a bit. Please be careful, Naruto. I will, Dad. Anyway, so since you're not the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and there's no way I'll let you tell the bastard councilman. Language, Naruto. Sorry, but they really get on my nerves. Well, there's no way I'll let you tell them your little Naruto is the new container. Tell them I'm the new one. Minato gave his son another pointed look that practically asked, "Are you sure?" The boy huffed and crossed his arms. "Trust me, Dad, I've been in this position before, if you could tell. I can handle it a second time, Dat Bayo." The verbal tick made Minato's eye twitch slightly. Curse the Kushina database genetics. If you're absolutely 100% sure. Yes, I am. Plus with the seal I made on Naru-chan, no one other than other carriers can tell if there's a Biju sealed in him. That and Kurama sealed in there is in a deep sleep. His chakra signature is being masked by Naru-chan's. Mine's similar, except I have the Shiki Fuin along with the Rikudo no In no Chikara seal placed atop it and the Hake no Fuin Shiki seal. So, people who are actually looking can see I'm the one. Naruto stated factually. Hearing the Shiki Fuin and given Naruto's reaction that day about stopping him from killing himself, Minato guessed that he had sacrificed himself to seal the Kyuubi in his son in his time and left him abandoned. It was the only explanation of why this boy was desperate to keep him alive. Knowing that made the Yondaime smile again. "All right, Naruto. I'll do that. However, we'll need to come up with a cover story for your appearance. I can't hold off the council for long as they're demanding answers and getting frustrated that I'm stalling for time. I wanted you awake first before I did anything." "Ah, right. Can't have two Uzumaki Naruto running around here. It'd draw unwanted attention." The boy chuckled at the thought. "Well, if I'd been in my 19-year-old body, I'd probably pass off as your younger brother. I was told I looked like your twin when I got older." Minato, once again, raised a curious brow which Naruto snickered to it. "Yeah, it was funny. Kakashi-sensei ever got me confused with you something." "Kakashi-sensei?" Minato repeated incredulously. Naruto smirked. "Yeah, Kakashi eventually became my sensei of my times Team 7. Pretty funny, huh?" The Yondaime shook his head. He could hardly believe that because the boy, despite being a Jonin and could be assigned a Genin team, outright refused his offers. Even when he ordered him to, Kakashi would flunk the Genins and return to his own devices. "Hey, at least I know Kakashi, at some point, eventually took on a team and passed them. I'll have to ask you about that another time. First, let's get you into your new alias." "Already got one," Naruto said proudly. He had been thinking about it when the topic came up not even a few minutes ago. He thought back to when Tobi used a prototype Infinite Tsukuyomi on him and Sakura, sending them to an alternate version of their world. His counterpart was odd, but now he'd use that name for himself. "In a way, gotta thank you for that, Obito." Minato waited patiently for his future son to speak again. "I'll go by Uzumaki Menma. Seems sound, but it wouldn't do if you had Naruto-kun's last name." "Well, why not? And isn't he going to have your last name?" Well, yes. I originally was going to have him named after his mother's clan name since they were all but wiped out. I don't exactly have a clan anymore either, as the Namikaze were simple farmers from the Senju line." Naruto gaped at him. "Wait, the Senju line? How is that?" Then an awful thought crossed his mind again. Why, you're not Tsunade Baon's son, are you? While he loved the gambler, he wasn't sure if being directly related to her was a good thing or not. That threw Minato off. That was unexpected. No. Tsunade-sama isn't my mother. Granted, we're somewhat related, but only because her granduncle, Senju Tobarama, is related to me, albeit a couple generations down. Naruto sighed heavily. Phew, familial crisis diverted. Still, that meant Tsunade Baon was somewhat related to him and his dad. Maybe cousins 3 times removed? Or something like that? So, you're technically related to Baon, right? His father nodded. Yes. We've tried figuring out the relation but ended up discarding it because, to me, it wasn't too important. Just knowing she was family in some way was reassuring. Naruto smiled at that. So, that meant he was related to the Sannin as well. She did always look at him like a brother. Looks like their strong relationship, in his time at least, wasn't too far off. That means I'm related to her too. That's cool. Anyway, I guess I'll take on Namikaze Menma then. Since I'm too little, unfortunately, to be your little brother. Maybe I can pass off as being your nephew? He looked up to his father with innocent eyes. Even his younger self, who had been quiet, echoed the same look. To Minato, it felt like he was seeing double, and he was literally. It could work. We can also put in that we have a blood test ready to prove it. Right. Also, since my sudden appearance in the fight with the Kyuubi was so weird, perhaps the story of me being an orphan that was raised in the land of wind and I was trained by a couple of shinobi before I set off to find family. I could have been told that I looked similar to the yellow flash of Konohagakure no Sato, and with that word, I'd want to travel to meet you. When I came upon Konoha's land, the Kyuubi had been attacking the village. That's when I would jump in to help fight it. If asked why I assisted, it can be said that I saw you trying to hold it off and recognized you from pictures the shinobi that trained me had in their bingo books. I would assume that you were family and persuaded you to seal the Kyuubi inside me to protect the village. Naruto explained, turning to his own Hokage mode. Minato blinked at the cover story's simplicity. There were a couple holes in it, but how it was presented, the older blonde couldn't help but marvel at it. Sounds good to me, Naruto. We'll need to fix the story a little bit so it's believable with no cracks in it. The council will more or less try to poke their own holes into it and we need to have as many counter-arguments against it as possible. Had Naruto not told him he was originally 19, and been the Hokage in his time, he'd have thought the kid was crazy. Right, we can work on that after lunch. I can get something to eat, right? Minato smiled. Of course, Naruto. I'll get all of us something to eat. I'll have to start calling you Menma soon. Yeah, you will. But I guess in private, you can still call me Naruto, only if you want to. Just not when the Taike's nearby or he'll get confused. I don't want to take his name or anything. The future blonde said. All right, then. I'll get us something to eat. Can you hold on to Naruto-kun for the time being? Sure. Minato handed the infant to his older self, which the Hokage was still trying to get used to, and watched the instant reaction. Baby Naruto giggled the moment he was in the kid Naruto's grasp. It must be their connection, that they relayed emotions to one another somehow. The future boy was smiling, happy to be in the baby's presence, and the latter was just as joyous. Minato was sure he made the right choice in keeping his time-traveling offspring here. It would do his newborn a lot more good than bad and he'd have an older brother figure to help him. I'll be right back. Is there anything in particular that you'd like? Minato asked as he headed for the door. He'd get anything for his kids. Naruto turned his smile to his father and grinned toothily. Yeah, hadn't had any ramen lately. A miso ramen would be great. On second thought, Minato half frowned, half chuckled. Naruto, don't tell me you inherited our love for ramen? Hey, I blame the genetics. The 6-year-old scowled back. It's your guy's fault. The fourth Hokage sighed but decided to let the subject drop. The boy had been cooped up in the hospital for 2 weeks now and he deserved some good food. Surely the nurses wouldn't mind if he brought takeout to his nephew. Before he was fully out of the door, Minato glanced back at his boys from the corner of his eyes. Their reaction to another was heartwarming and cute. He never wanted to set them apart now. He would be their father, their shoulder to lean on, their pillar. Even if one was already grown up. Don't worry, Naruto. I'll do everything in my power to protect you. The both of you. I will keep Kushina's promise close to my heart and keep you both close to me. You will never be alone again. Namikaze Minato left the room and slowly closed the door. Several figures that met up in this strange place, each ranging from different height to gender. However, one thing they all had in common was that they wore black cloaks with a dark, navy blue cloud stitched upon the edges. When it appeared all of them were assembled, one of the mysterious figures, a young female, spoke up. Leader Sama, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki couldn't be captured? No. As we've calculated many times over, the man is out of our league. After attempting to break him emotionally, it wasn't enough to completely draw the Kyuubi out of its seal. A grunt of sorts was heard before the second voice continued. Using the Tekai no Shiru Jutsu, 1, proved extremely useful. Using the Sharingan to gain temporary entrance into the Jinchuriki's mind, I was able to successfully infiltrate momentarily and gain control to distort the seal. Drawing out the Kyuubi became easier than expected because of the technique. That means our efforts into creating it was worthwhile. We would be able to extract the Biju from their hosts much faster this way than using the other extraction method. Another voice, a relatively younger male, said. Correct. Testing it on the Yondaime was quite exciting, despite my attempt being thwarted by that irksome wench of his. The leader of the apparent figures spoke once more. There's more. Our summoning efforts also haven't been a waste. A collection of gasps resounded, prompting him to continue. I was able to perform the summon, the Aizen Tasakai Kanbaku no Jutsu, too. It pulled a soul from an integrated, parallel dimension that closely resembled ours. The soul in question contained strong fragments ideally similar to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. However, when I pulled it out, it was just that, a drifting soul towards the afterlife. If it was already dead, then it's pretty much useless to us, isn't it? The leader chuckled. No, not so. When it was pulled out, it began to mold itself into shape. The ability in which it did so appeared similarly to the privileged Rinnegan's. The soul was much older than I thought, it was a man's body. Now, the strangest part is how it couldn't maintain that form, if you will, and abruptly shifted into its weakest state, a child's body. He paused to allow the others to have the information sink in. Infuriating enough, when it finished, I recognized that it looked like the Yondaime all over again, only in a smaller body with strange marks on his face. Silence. Well, it contained the Kyuubi, didn't it? Yes, the boy, I suppose, did carry it. In fact, I sensed two presences of the Kyuubi inside. Sir, if this boy had two of them, wouldn't this throw the world off balance? The second voice questioned seriously. Yes, it would, but the two presences were originally one entity, just split asunder. Unfortunate that I was unable to find the cause of such, but think about it. If we have the boy's Kyuubi, we would be able to overpower the Jinchuriki of this time, as we already have majority of the Biju captured. The only ones we are missing is the Ichibi, Gobi and the Hachibi, all three guarded heavily and two of the three are shinobi in their respective villages. Does this mean we have two Kyuubi to deal with? Another asked, almost sounding like they paled. Yes, it does. The leader replied in a matter-of-fact tone. However, extracting half of Namikaze Minato's Kyuubi left him with the other half. The remaining half that I was able to obtain from him was under my control until he came back, surprisingly not as weakened as I imagined he would be, and wrestled the beast from my grasp, gravely wounding me. It seemed the Yondaime was preparing to seal the remainder of it into his son for whatever reason until the future Jinchuriki took it in for himself, again, for whatever reason. Upon hearing this, some of the members of the situated group partially groaned or had mixed feelings about this. That means that Brat has twice as much in him. Or maybe it just fused with his other ones? A possibility. The woman from before decided to speak again, hoping to change the subject. Sir, isn't the Gobi's host an Uchiha? Yes. A forced one during the last war after being captured by Iwa and a few Kiri-nen. His own Sharingan would be a problem when extracting the Biju from him as it can detect the effects of another and thus block the technique. Another male sighed in light frustration. He will be a nuisance to deal with in the future. Yes, the head of the group replied once again. Unfortunately, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki of the parallel dimension was taken by ours and has been brought into Konoha. It will be extremely difficult to contain the boy with him by the Yondaime's hip at all times. So, another man's voice, we'll need to devise a plan to draw the brat out. Of course. But, we must plan carefully. The boy, when I fought him, appeared to recognize me. It should be impossible, but perhaps, from his world, he had seen similar and was reminded of it. He will be wary. Right, Leader Sama. Shall we begin our plans now? Yes. The sooner the better. Everyone else, return to your posts and report anything on the remaining Jinchuriki. Dismissed. Saturday, November 1st, 400 NE. 11:27 AM. 2 days ago, Naruto, or, now known as Namikaze Menma, and the infant Naruto were finally omitted from the hospital. Minato had personally came to his rescue, as he put it, and was happy to get out of that place. Menma drunk in the familiar sights of the beloved Konoha when he exited the dreaded hospital's doors. It brought a peaceful and warm feeling to his heart. It may not be his Konoha, but he'd do his best to keep it safe. During his time recovering in the hospital, he'd already healed up, but he stayed anyway until Naru-chan was all checked up. He relayed a lot, but not all, of information to his father, detailing things that happened in his time, courtesy of the Yondaimes pestering him to tell him about his life. There were no other words Menma could use to describe pestering, because, even if he was the Hokage, Minato still had a side to him that the time traveler thought he'd never have. Still, during the explanations, Minato listened with rapt attention, noting down the important factors of his future son's time. Upon hearing of the Akatsuki and their intentions in the other world, Minato was happy to correct his child that in this time, the Akatsuki were a group of peacemakers in a megacure, and that he had formed an alliance with their proclaimed leader named Yahiko. It was thanks to Jiraiya-sensei, as he informed, that he was able to learn of their cause and fully support them. This change made Menma think. He knew that the Akatsuki's original goal in his time had aimed a promising claim for peace. If this was so, it was fine in his book. One less disaster to deal with, he called it. However, the next, closest event would be the Uchiha massacre. Thanks to having read up on that as the Rokudame in his time, Menma was able to give a decent recalling of the incident, written by Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was alive. Minato noted to have that investigated in a couple years' time. His son hadn't given a perfect date, but his close estimation was all they could work off on. The boy also pleaded like the child he was to have the new Team 7 to be reformed but to let him be their Jonin sensei when his class of Rookie 9 graduated. It was more so for personal attachment reasons that he wanted to take on being their sensei. After all, he was technically still of Jonin rank, given his flack he took with him. Thankfully, it hadn't been too damaged. Minato had even sealed up his old clothes before he omitted them all to the hospital. Much to his ire, he was unable to convince his father to give him the rightfully earned Jonin rank when he was reinstated as a Konoha shinobi. Namely because the council would be wary of him and it would cause political issues the Hokage didn't want to deal with. It also depends if you're accepted, which I have no doubt you will be, so I'll think about it. He had told the eager boy. He would consider it, given how much he told them of his old teammates, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Both who were just babies now, and his attachment to them. He wanted to mold them into the powerful ninja they had been in his time, which Minato didn't mind. With how the world was, they needed such strength in the shinobi in their ranks. The Yondaime asked his future son if he was all right with seeing his loved ones again like it is, and the time traveler simply replied he was fine and it would ease him knowing if he were there to help them and see their growth. That, and he personally wanted to train Naru-chan when he got older. At the revelation of his father considering his proposition, Menma grinned excitedly then muttered something about a curse of C-rank escort missions, and evil cats. Minato just laughed at the last one. Once Minato was able to escape, leave the hospital after the medics evaluated his health, he set out to purchase clothes for Naruto-kun to dress and bundle him appropriately in warm clothes. October was a chilly month in its own right. It was a couple months away from the harsh winter after all. Little Naruto was wearing a light blue onesie underneath a white, long-sleeve shirt, comfortable pants, socks and booties. Much to Menma's laughter when he came back with them, a small, warm hat, coat and another orange blanket. Menma questioned if all of that was extremely necessary or if Minato's mother Henning was starting to show up. The Hokage shot him a look and the teenager-turned-boy snickered after shutting up. He also purchased a new set of clothes for Menma. It was a simple white shirt with a red Uzumaki swirl on the back, khaki half-calf trousers, blue sandals and, upon the boy's personal request, matching goggles. Menma snickered to himself when said item was clearly the same ones he had in his former childhood. The trio had been met with many civilians and shinobi alike, who greeted their Hokage and eventually stared at the infant in his arms and the small boy by his side. Minato still wanted to get around to helping the people rebuild Konoha from the Kyuubi attack. The Yondaime explained to his son, nephew that he'd have to come to the council meeting with him as well as one of his students, Uchiha Obito. Apparently, both were involved in the fight and explanations needed to be done. Menma understood this, having been subjected to the council on more than one occasion during his short-lived reign as Hokage in his time. Minato promised he'd make the necessary forms for Menma's citizenship after the meeting. A couple minutes of shadowing the construction of Konoha, and Anbu appeared, alongside the Hokage's former students with them. It was a light surprise to see his third student, Nohara Rin, with them. She must have returned from her long-term mission with her team with the necessary reports. Good timing. Rin? Came Obito's surprised voice, stammering from the left of Kakashi. The aforementioned Kunoichi, a brown-haired young woman and medic nin under the tutelage of Senju Tsunade, one of the Sannin, turned and smiled at him, and the Uchiha blushed in response. Hey, you're back from your mission. Glad to see you, hee. Yes, I arrived last night, Obito-kun. I know it's been a long time since I was last here, and Minato-sensei informed of me of the news regarding Kushina Nichan and the village. She looked down somberly, as did the other two students of the Yondaime. The red-haired Kunoichi treated them all like her little siblings and made them feel like a complete family. I wish I had returned sooner. I would have helped and Kushina Nichan would have. Don't. Rin looked up at her ex-teacher when he stopped her from continuing. You were away on a mission. There was no way you could have known. Minato put a halt on his former student from berating herself. It's going to be hard for us, to accept her tragic passing. She meant a lot to us, especially me. As long as we do not forget her, she will continue to live through us. Menma, from the side, watched the interaction between his father's students and the man himself. It was almost like a piece of history he'd never experienced anywhere else was unfolding right before his eyes. Almost as if noticing another set of eyes were on her, Rin looked down and spotted what she thought was a mini clone of her sensei. Well, if cutting the cute little whisker marks he had won his adorable face. Wait. Sensei? If I'm not mistaken, there's a mini you here. The medic Nin wasn't sure how to really put this. Was this boy a relative of his? Obito and Kakashi already noticed the smaller blonde but said nothing. They were still, and rightfully so, suspicious of him. Ah, right, Minato gathered their attention. Rin-chan, there's been a council meeting called and I have to attend to it. First, I'd like you to meet my nephew, Namikaze Menma. Said boy offered a hopeful smile and nodded to the three in respect. They were his father's students and he needed to be a kid again in order for his role to work. Kakashi-kun and Obito-kun. I know you have met him before, though that was during your assignment. Both nodded. Well, how about you three introduce yourselves? I know we're on short time, but I wish for you four to be acquainted. The three teens understood their sensei's words. Now, they turned their full attention to the child and each of their own facial expressions that told Menma everything. Rin's kind smile had him believe she didn't think he was suspicious. Kakashi's stare, which he determined the Hitaki still was swimming with his thoughts, and Obito's strange, knowing look that he didn't miss. What did this Uchiha know? It was kind of unsettling. Whatever it was, he figured he would find out. For now, he had an innocent kid role to play. Nice to meet you all. He chirped in his awful high-pitched voice. Gods, he couldn't wait until he hit puberty again. It's nice to meet you as well, Menma-kun, Rin greeted. I'm Nohara Rin, a medic nin. Hitaki Kakashi, the silver-haired Jonin said in a half-bored tone. A Jonin, good to meet you formally. Hey, Squirt, Menma-eyed twitched to the nickname, good to see you're up from that lame hospital room. Name's Uchiha Obito, aiming to become the Godem Hokage after sensei. The Chunin pronounced convincingly. Menma smiled at them all. Seeing all his father's former students in one place was sort of surreal. These teens led different lives than their unfortunate counterparts in his time. They were alive here, but only one survived in his world. It was a refreshing change from all the doom and gloom. Once the quick introductions were done, Minato got their attention again. Now, you three are the only ones I trust besides the Sandaime. I have a personal request to make for you and Kakashi, Rin. The Yondaime said, tilting the baby in his arms for them to see. Rin gasped when she saw the little baby with her sensei. She automatically knew this child belonged to, given the small tuft of fair locks poking out from under his cap. She had sparkles in her eyes. Menma saw her expression and shuddered. He sent many silent apologies to his younger self. When women have that look in their eye, it only means that they were on a mission. A mission to spoil kids rotten. Oh, my, sensei, he's adorable. This is Naruto, right? Yes. What would you like for us to do, Minato-sensei? Kakashi asked, paying full attention and not reading his icha-icha. In front of Rin, it was considered taboo and a sin against nature, and she made it point and clear to keep those evil perverted things away from her. To this day, she couldn't figure out how her usually stoic teammate got into those disgusting books. She blamed and cursed Jiraiya-sama with all her heart for writing them. Minato's smile turned serious. I need for you two to watch and look after Naruto-kun. I have a meeting with the council and, as I said, I can only trust you two. Including you, Obito. He added towards the Uchiha, who nodded. Of course, sensei. We'll do it. Rin volunteered herself and Kakashi. Don't worry about the necessities. I'll pick them up on the way. Minato appreciated her sincerity and with heavy reluctance, gave her the bundled-up child. Thank you Rin-chan, Kakashi-kun. It would be prudent to stay at my place for the time being. She and Kakashi nodded before leaving with Naruto. Obito, Menma, let's go. The councilmen are waiting for us. Hi, both said, not sounding too excited. Minato sighed. He really couldn't blame them for what was to come. He turned to the Anbu who had been waiting patiently for new orders. Please return to the council room and prepare 2 additional seats for my 2 guests. They must be present during the meeting. Hi, Hokage-sama. The Anbu then shined away to do as told. Council room, 11:30 a.m. Minato, along with the Anbu, Obito and Menma, entered the council room where the several people were adamantly chattering away, most likely about the events that unfolded over the past couple weeks. The room was composed of a large interior. Double doors led inside while outside was a long hallway that stretched out. Multiple rooms filled the building, but this room was the most important and often visited. On one side of the open table in the center of the room, were many councilmen on the civilian side while on the opposite side were the clan heads and other shinobi. The representing clan heads were Aburame Shibi, Akamichi Shuza, Hyuga Hiyashi, Inazuka Sume, Kurama Murakumo. 3. Nara Shikaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The former Hokage now representing his clan, Uchiha Fugaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. The Konoha 3 counselors consisted of Mitokado Homura, Shimura Danzo and Utatane Kaharu. All 3 had been appointed as advisors when the Sandaime was elected for the position by the Nidaime. The tension was already high before they got there, and when they did enter, most of the chatter stopped. Minato was wearing his Hokage robes and hat, and alongside him was a small boy they didn't recognize in Uchiha Obito. Seeing the teenaged chunin of his own clan, Fugaku shot him a heated glare. Obito grimaced when he saw his clan leaders gaze upon him. As expected, the sight of the 2 not council members coming along did not go by unnoticed. Hokage-sama? Is there a reason Uchiha Obito and this child are with you? A rather bold ninja from the Shinobi Council asked. He was met with an icy stare from the Yondaime and he flinched back. Yes, there is. Minato directed the 2 to sit down in the provided chairs on the left-hand side of his own seat that rested behind a half-circular table in the front. Menma ignored all the stares he was getting and promptly went to his assigned seat alongside Obito. He knew this room by heart, even if it was rearranged a bit differently than how he and the Sandaime had it. Ah well. This wasn't his Konoha council, so he wouldn't bother. Obito, however, was trying his best to avert his eyes from meeting the harsh glares he was receiving from Fugaku. The man was his uncle, and ever since his parents were killed in the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War, he and his aunt Makoto had allowed him to live with them. He'd taken up some responsibilities such as looking after his cousin Itachi and his friend, Shisui, before the latter became a, to quote Nara, troublesome child to watch when he wasn't out on missions. It had been difficult to stay with them after the conflict of the Third War because he was keeping a huge secret from his clan members, especially from his uncle. He wanted the Sandaime to keep it as S-class secret as possible because he was afraid of what his friends and family would think of him if they knew the burden that he carried, that was forcibly shoved into him. Holding a secret within the Uchiha clan was a terrible no, and now that it was discovered in the worst way possible. Obito was regretting not saying anything before. At least I'm not alone though, he thought in consolation of his situation. Once Minato was in his seat, the doors to the council room were closed. A pair of Anbu stood outside the doors and another pair guarded the door from within. Several others were hidden throughout the room. The Yondaime flashed through signs to activate the privacy seals. The room littered with the blue markings until they faded from sight. When he received the attention of the members within the room, Minato began to speak. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you all for taking time out of your schedules and come to this meeting. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss the important topics of recent, beginning with the attack on Konoha by the Kyuubi no Kitsune. He paused lightly before continuing. As you all know, I had once been the carrier of the fox, but I'm here to tell you that I am no longer its Jinchuriki. Many occupants of the room began chattering away, all in confusion mostly. Their cage was speaking in past tense. How? Why? Hokage-sama, if this is true, then where is the beast? One of the civilian members asked. Pardon my bluntness, sir, but how is it that you are still living? To our understanding, we thought an extraction of any kind would kill the host. Another questioned. More talk between the others carried on. Before it could escalate further, Minato stopped them. It's true. If a biju is extracted from its host, the host will die. However, the reason why I am still standing and in front of you all is because of this child. His eyes turned to Menma, who met his gaze. His name is Namikaze Menma. Silence. Here it comes. Both Minato and Menma silently said in unison. Then the predicted uproar exploded. Many shouts of, "What?" and "How can this be?" along with several other exclamations erupted throughout the room. Obito groaned, Menma twitched, and Minato looked unfazed as usual when dealing with these people. With a well-placed, vicious glare and leaking of his killing intent, the others flinched, the civilians nearly wet themselves at the intensity, and silenced. Before any of you question or doubt this boy's identity, it has been confirmed by Senju Tsunade, the head medic of Konoha's hospital. She discovered this through a blood test after deducing the resemblances between myself and Menma. After he spoke, he provided a scroll for the members to look at for proof. Of course, he wasn't going to tell them that he and his future son, had caught Tsunade at the moment of her nearly walking in on them while discussing of their different timelines and roped her into it. Since she heard some of the information, Menma went ahead and decided that she would prove a valuable asset to their plan to secure the future Naruto's believable identity cover. They relayed the details of Naruto's unintentional dimension hopping. At first, Tsunade thought both of them were crazy until Naruto provided information that nobody but the Sannin knew. It was tough for her to accept, but she got over it and agreed to their plan. With her medical prowess, Tsunade was able to alter a few of Naruto's cells, mostly of his mother Kushina's, so he wouldn't be directly related to the younger Naruto but close enough to be considered a relative of Minato's, preferably the nephew route they were suggesting. With that completed, they ran a physical blood test that would prove the future Naruto was related to Minato by nephew and that he and the infant Naruto were first cousins once removed. Strange family strategy, but the two blondes agreed to it. But again, Minato wasn't going to inform the council of that. During said testing that day, Kurama decided to be chuckling ass and revealed to his host that he was actually 5 years old and not 6 as they believed him to be, much to Naruto's ire and Minato's laughter. As you can all see through the perfected DNA testing, it shows that Menma is my nephew. He looked over at everyone's expressions and many had their eyes narrowed, perhaps wondering if the paper had a genjutsu over it, at least on the shinobi portion. The civilian portion, however, looked disbelieving at the information, but all in all, the council were headed towards reluctant acceptance. Minato nodded when he saw their gazes return to him. Now, during the Kyuubi's attack, it had been under a genjutsu by a masked man that I know for a fact was an Uchiha. Several eyes went straight to Fugaku and by extension, Obito, as both stiffened at the relayed news. It is possible that he could have been a member of the Uchiha clan and perhaps went rogue. That is a possibility. However, this is possible still puzzles me, but I have faith that none of the current Uchiha clansmen were responsible. Do not blame any of the Uchiha for this conflict, they are innocent. At this, Fugaku and Obito heavily sighed in relief. Menma glanced around to the clan heads, observing their expressions, especially Danzo's. No matter what lifetime or dimension, that man would be a thorn in his side. As Naruto back in his home, the old Warhawk was a menace and was the one who forced Itachi's hand to kill everyone in his clan. He was the reason the most loyal Uchiha in Konoha's history became a missing nin and eventually killed by his revenge-filled brother, Sasuke. He wouldn't allow such a corruption to happen again. If he was right, Menma deduced Itachi to be around his age. That meant he was most likely enrolled in the academy and perhaps he had a chance to befriend the stoic Uchiha prodigy. It was worth a shot. If worst came to worst and Danzo somehow tried to enact the same scenario of the massacre here, he would be Itachi's voice of reason and talk him out of it. Even though he had his father's support with preventing the coup d'état that would lead to the Uchiha's demise, he wanted to stop the person who would become that man and slaughter them all, just to protect his younger brother. Both of them didn't deserve such a fate. He really needed to stop copying Neji. Focusing back to the meeting, Menma kept his ears open as the discussion carried on. This also means I had a sibling during the aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War. How this is possible is beyond my own knowledge, however, these tests do not lie. As such, I am placing Namikaze Menma under my care. The councilmen, while most were frowning, begrudging accepted their Hokage's words. Hell, the boy did look like him, now that they got a good look and compared. The only thing that stood out was the whisker-like marks on the boy's face. Noticing their expressions, Menma smirked but hid it quickly. It wouldn't do to have them become more hostile and suspicious of him, even though the identity crisis was partially over. However, one question from the shinobi side came about. Hokage-sama, how is it that this child, Namikaze Menma, is the reason why you are here? And what about the Kyuubi? If you're not holding it, then where is it? Another asked, indignantly. Minato regarded the questions and nodded, then turned to Menma. This was one of the questions they had prepared for, albeit worded a bit differently. Nonetheless, the answer they cooked up for this one. If you will, Menma will answer the first question as I was incapacitated from the extraction by the masked man. After he is finished, I will answer the second. Nodding, Menma stared at the council members and spoke. It was time to play the "I'm a kid but I have shinobi trained skills" act. Well, child, how did you? Homura asked, giving the boy a light, but critical, eye. If it makes better sense, it would be better if I told you all my story first. It kind of leads up to how I met your Hokage, later confirmed to be my uncle. Menma said in his convincing voice. Everyone shared a look with another before letting the boy continue on. It would provide information on how he arrived in the Land of Fire. Okay, well, to start out, I am actually an orphan. I was living in a village within the Land of Wind for 3 years. I suppose I was abandoned by my parents or they had been killed during skirmishes, I think. He knew he was reeling them in. It was great to play the innocent child. I was living in that village's orphanage for some time. Around a certain time at night, we had to be inside or else we get in trouble. I didn't come inside on time and that was when some thugs tried to kidnap me. I was saved by some shinobi. I later learned that the people who tried to take me were actually shinobi from Iwagakure. Some of the ninja from the shinobi side shared their versions of a gasp or surprise. Well, the nice ninja that saved me apparently thought it was a good idea to show me some ninja stuff they do. Like I guess kids my age learn to do in schools in the bigger villages. Who were these people? Danzo cut the boy off, wanting to know who and why. Danzo-san, do not interrupt. Minato cut in, his blue eyes glaring at the bandaged man. Said male sat back and grimly nodded. My apologies, Hokage-sama. Turning back to Menma, Minato gave him the okay to resume. And as such, he did. I don't know, sir. They never gave me their names. I did ask but they said that if they told me, they would have to kill me, so I didn't ask anymore after that. Anyway. They had a lot of scrolls with them and ink and such. I guess they were good at making seals. One of them said I had large chakra reserves and that if I was taught right, I could mold it correctly and be capable of using jutsu. But my chakra control was chaotic, as they said, so they trained me. Menma took a fake, but believable, deep breath to gather his thoughts together for the story. They taught me chakra control exercises like climbing trees using it and the walking on the water one. The clan heads and shinobi were familiar with these techniques and understood while the civilians still looked suspicious. I was grateful for their training and attention. They seemed more like family to me because they helped me when nobody else would, not entirely a lie. There had been people who were willing to help him and not shun him in his previously young life. They really took care of me learning their jutsu. Their training schedule was really hard to follow but I did it because I said that one day I wanted to find out if I had any family outside of the village I stayed in. That's when I was told that I looked like a smaller version of Konoha's Yellow Flash. Menma gave a glance to the aforementioned who nodded in agreement that the boy's story was true. They thought that I might be related to him, hence why those Iwanins tried to kidnap me when I was younger. This was a year ago when I was informed of this information. The pair of ninja had a book with them, I guess it's the bingo book, and showed me the picture of the Yellow Flash and compared it to my appearance. That's when I thought that maybe the man could be a relative of mine. He stopped, glancing around the room as convincingly nervous as he could. He needed to keep up this act to gain their acceptance, as his father put it, so his reinstated citizenship would be easier. The less paperwork, the better. We left the village and began traveling to the land of fire. It took us a week and couple of days because other ninja from the wind country attacked us. I think they were after the ninja who were taking me to Konoha. The day we were expecting to be close to Konoha is the night on October 10th, and that the large beast, the Kyuubi? He asked uncertainly, still trying to persuade the mass of the council. A collection of nods allowed him to go on. Well, it was really frightening and attacking a lot of other shinobi from the distance who looked like they were trying to fight it. The two ninja who were with me told me to hide while they tried to find a way around it. I disobeyed them, my two sensei, and I tried to go with them. One of the Kyuubi's tails were about to crush me, but they saved me again. They pushed me out of the way and he looked down, clenching his fists while they sat in his lap. On the inside, he was smirking when he overheard a collection of sympathizing gasps. He was almost done with this story, and it was proving effective. Hell, even Danzo didn't interrupt. The man couldn't find any faults or holes in the story. Besides, who would question a child's story? He was skirting around with partially half-truths and believable twists of lies. His deception skills he acquired in his previous life were paying off. Of course, Menma knew he couldn't really flat-out lie without a good reason, and right now, proving himself to be his father's nephew was the goal. Taking another breath, Menma looked up, eyes misted. He shared a look with his father, who was most likely telling him, "You're doing a good job, keep going." He rubbed his eyes to clear away the tears that were forming. Heck, he was believing his own story. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I tried to help them. I tried my best to heal them with the jutsu they taught me. It wasn't enough. I ran as fast as I could. I didn't know what direction I was headed, but then I tripped over something in my haste. When I turned back around, it was a man lying there as if he were dead. He looked dead, but when I checked him, and sensed he had very little chakra in him. So I hurried and used the healing jutsu I learned and healed him. I suppose. Menma performed his bashful expression and looked away. It was then that Minato took the reins of the story. That's when I came to. The boy had actually used a form of the chakra transfer technique, albeit in a stronger form. He may have sensed a very small portion of my spiritual chakra and converted his to power mine. However, it is unknown to both of us. After I thanked him, we both noticed the Kyuubi attacking Konoha and the front lines having trouble against holding it off. Naturally, I was going to finish the fight that I started but couldn't leave the child behind, thus I used Hiraishin to move him to a safer location where I moved my newborn son. Several were now chattering again. The Yondaime had a child? Why were they never informed? Sarutobi and Obito, however, already knew of Kushina's pregnancy. A clearing of a throat grabbed their anxious attention once more, and the Hokage continued his explanation. I returned to the battlefield and fought the masked man once again, where I wrestled control of the Kyuubi and gravely injured him. He managed to escape, knowing that I had to stop the Biju from destroying the village. Using Hiraishin once more, I took the Kyuubi and myself further away from Konoha and set up a barrier around us. I used the Hiraishin once again to the location where I safely placed my son and the child at. The tremors from the fight caused the once safe haven to collapse, therefore I took both of them with me before it crushed them. As I was preparing to seal the Kyuubi within my son, the boy, Menma, asked me what I was doing and why. I couldn't answer him right away because every precious moment counted. I was prepared to use the Shiki Fuin on the Kyuubi. Sarutobi-sama will vouch for me of my earliest constructing plans, in case if the Kyuubi freed itself from my seal and another needed to reseal it. Minato glanced at Menma and sadly sighed to himself. He had been prepared to throw his life away and ask for a wish that would never be honored. Every time he looked at his future son, he was reminded of his story, of his willingness to stop him from performing the jutsu that would take him away from his only family. This boy was persistent. In my desperation, I admit I had not been thinking clearly. I was willing to throw my life away to seal the Kyuubi and save Konoha at the cost of my life and believe in a wish that would have never been honored. My son would have been viewed as a demon and would have become the village pariah. Menma convinced me to find another way to live and keep my son untainted by the Kyuubi. An idea, an untested, experimental sealing came to mind. It was an alternative to the Shiki Fuin, and while it wasn't strong enough to have the same effects as the original, it proved vital. So, instead of my son, I sealed the Kyuubi away into the closest, willing person available to me. He purposefully left the end cryptically. Obito, having listened with rapt attention, already knew who his sensei sealed the Kyuubi into. He shared a side glance at Menma, who caught his gaze and stared back. Menma was aware that Obito knew. The one that Kakashi-sensei of his time said that the Uchiha in his team was just like him when he was 12. This Obito seemed smarter, wiser, sharper than the one Kakashi described. Even the older, twisted and eventually converted Obito he had fought alongside with in the Fourth Shinobi World War hadn't been this calculative. It was kind of unnerving a bit. The council members were about to ask when Hyuga Hiyashi, ever the observant, caught onto the clues thrown at him. Hokage-sama. You sealed the Kyuubi into that boy, Menma, didn't you? A smiting silence clouded the room. Minato knew this one answer would change the fate of his future son. But the boy was adamant about it when they spoke about this very moment. He said he could handle it, that he went through the horrors of it once he could do it again. The Yondaime protested as much as he could, tried to dissuade the 19-year-old turned boy a few times after their talk, but he wouldn't budge. Resigning to this, Minato only had one thought: Naruto, I still don't like this. But here we go. He glanced at everyone with a hardened gaze and answered, yes. More chaos erupted. Does that make the child the demon now? He'll turn into the monster one day, won't he? He's a freak. No wonder he has those whisker marks. What if it's possessing him now? The Kyuubi might break out of the seal. Hokage-sama, how could you allow it to come in here? Enough. Minato never raised his voice, but these idiots were seriously getting on his nerves, especially the damned civilian portion. Menma, used to the insults now, only stared at them with an impassive expression. Can't blame them on the whisker mark thing. It just proves that Kurama influenced me. Ha, a good backup prop that made it more believable. He thought, my nephew is not the demon. He will not turn into one, either, just as I have you all forgotten that I had held the Kyuubi? Did I not turn out differently than what you are all hypocritically preaching about? Minato sent out waves of killing intent, making the councilmen and even the Anbu guards shudder and wheeze from the severity of his emotion. In a way, they were insulting his son and he wasn't going to let that happen. It was true. Even after the successful transfer, Minato remained just as he had been. A cheerful child that only carried a burden. I would question the boy's loyalty to Konoha. Hokage-sama, Danzo spoke up. Menma rolled his eyes. Obito and Sarutobi glared at the Warhawk and Minato's mind began running gears in his head. For one, why would you choose such a random child, regardless of their connection to you, to seal the Kyuubi? Why not reseal it inside of yourself? Secondly, how can we be sure this boy isn't a spy sent to assassinate you? You've given him an edge of power that could one day be used against us rather than save the village. I would like to assess the boy, his loyalty and his abilities, if he were under my root program. Minato turned to the speaker of such suggestion. Naruto, Menma, did warn him about Danzo and his root. His world Sarutobi had disbanded it, but here, they hadn't yet. He would make note of that later to Menma as, despite the boy's claim that it was bad, he had made the root adjust more fairly in this time. But now, his rage, well concealed with his expression, but yet couldn't be held back with the waves of killing intent aimed at Danzo. The aforementioned stiffened at the extremity of the intent coming at him like a falcon snatching its prey quicker than the eye could blink. Did he really think he would hand over one of his sons on a silver platter to him? Danzo, Minato began icily, never looking at the older man's direction, you will never speak of that again. As I said before, Namikaze Menma is under my protection. My nephew is not going anywhere. Understood? Yes, Hokage-sama. As for your other questions, I truly believe Menma is loyal to Konoha. His main objective was to travel to Konoha to find family. He has found it, and that is with me and my son, Namikaze Naruto, who was born on that fateful night. He has willingly given himself up to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to ensure that my son and I can be together, so that I wouldn't have to needlessly sacrifice myself. He did it to protect what he believed would become his new home. Why would any spy or assassin do this for anyone? Perhaps, to get closer to the intended target. However, make no mistake, I sincerely believe in this boy. He also saved my life when the extraction could have also killed me. In the bottom of my heart, he was a blessing from Kami, and he is a hero. Minato's eyes traveled to the child in question who rubbed his head bashfully in embarrassment. A hero and a blessing in more ways than one. Damn, if he's capable of that, then why deny him a chance to stay in Konoha? Inuzuka Sume asked her fellow councilman. He was looking for family and now he's found him. It's only right that he stays. Akamichi Shuza added. Hokage-sama does prove a point. Another added, though slightly wary. As the rest were in deep conversation about the new Jinchuriki and any reasons of why he either should be detained in one location or allowed to be in the village, Menma and Minato shared another knowing glance. Obito caught it and looked between them. Something seems fishy. Why is Sensei and his nephew looking like that? Maybe it's a sure sign of their victory over the council then. Must be it, the Uchiha teen thought. Then, he and Menma shared another glance with the boy smiling. Obito smiled back. Maybe the squirt isn't so bad. He looks to be the same age as Makoto, Itachi. Maybe a year older. I wouldn't be surprised if Sensei was going to send him straight to the academy. Using an advanced healing jutsu and chakra transferring is pretty big. He might be another Namikaze prodigy. Now, I believe that this is agreeable that we can allow Namikaze Menma to be instated as a citizen of Konoha? A stringed chorus of, "Hi, Hokage-sama," echoed throughout the room, though several of the civilian council members spitefully disagreed. Already, they were thinking of Menma as the demon and wanted him dead. They lost so many to the monster and now that it was sealed within a small, defenseless child, they could take the opportunity to kill it. And if anyone in so much as tries to or lays a hand on my nephew or tries anything to cause him harm or discomfort while he is in the village, you will suffer the dire consequences. Minato informed them, releasing another large amount of killing intent, scaring the civilians senseless and troubling the shinobi in the room. He received weary nods from all and a smirk from Sarutobi. Looks like the old monkey is very proud of his successor. Couldn't have said it better himself. After calming down a little and releasing his killer intent, Minato decisively changed the topic before anyone could get another word in. Now, moving on to the next topic of this meeting. I'm aware many of you were informed or had seen for yourselves, when you fought the Kyuubi, that you noticed my student, Uchiha Obito, was cloaked in red chakra. It was this time that Uchiha Fugaku spoke. Hokage-sama, if I may. Fugaku-san. Here, the clan leader of the Uchiha glared harshly at Obito, who, despite was a chunin, tried his hardest to shrink away from the man's hardened gaze. I would like to know how and why Obito was able to exude this energy. If I dare compare it, it felt very similar to the Kyuubi's chakra. Is there any reason why this is? Whispers were breaking out, but Minato stopped them all with his stern voice. Yes, there is a reason why that is, Fugaku-san. Getting an approving nod from the Sandame, as he had made it the S-class secret, and Obito, who nodded sullenly, he continued. In the last war, my team had been sent out with the front lines to ward off the Kiri Nin who allied themselves with Iwagakure. I had Kakashi lead the team to assist the force leading against Iwa while I assisted the divided Konoha forces on the front against Kirigakure shinobi. It wasn't long into a couple days that I received word from one of Kakashi's Ninkin summons that Obito had saved Rin from being captured by Iwa Nin but was taken in her place. Having finished up with the Kiri Nin, I immediately rushed to aid my team when Obito was returned to us, asking Kakashi to kill him. We later found out that Iwa and Kiri had force-sealed the Biju, Gobi, into Obito and planned to send him into Konoha and release the seal from their distance and watch Konoha fall to the rage of a tailed beast. I immediately applied the Gogyo Fuin, 5 elements seal, where his seal was located and suppressed the Gobi's chakra, thus rendering the seal release unusable. Once the Iwa and Kiri were defeated, I redesigned Obito's seal to allow both of their chakra to eventually coalesce. The original was straining both the host and the Biju. Minato finished, watching the expressions of the council, especially Fugaku's. The reason none of you have been told was due to Obito's fear of the mistreatment he may have received if it was known. The Sandame, while he was in office, had made it an S-class secret. Aside from Obito himself, the only others are Rin, Kakashi, the Sandame, Jiraiya Sensei and myself knew of the Gobi's presence within my student. More silence. And we're just hearing about this, why? Fugaku voiced most of their questions with venom in his tone. He mostly glared at the former Hokage, who did nothing to acknowledge the angered Uchiha clan head. Why the hell are we just finding out about this now? You realize how dangerous the Biju truly are? The damn brat had been around my family. And that seal of his, how stable is it truly? What would have happened if it broke free and killed everyone? It's not. All heads turned to the speaker. Surprisingly, it was Obito himself. He glared at each of the members assembled, finally having enough. He was trying hard to sit still and wait for his turn, but enough was enough. UNCL, Uchiha-sama, while it's true that I could be a danger to everyone because of what's inside of me, that doesn't mean I'd allow it on purpose. The seal is stable, on the contrary, and it's holding the Gobi back. And if you were listening, Hokage-sama just said he readjusted my seal and that it was my fear of being mistreated that I didn't want any of you knowing of my status as a Jinchuriki. Homura supplied, which made the younger Uchiha whirl around and stare at him. Yes, that, Obito spitefully replied. He hated that word, hated it so much. He didn't like associating himself with it, but that's how the world labeled people like him, which is not true. I am not a human sacrifice. I'm human as much as everyone else here. I'm sure I can handle the Gobi. I can bond with it and become strong to keep protecting the village. That's why I'm a shinobi. You can't control that beast, boy. You need more training, both you and the young Jinchuriki next to you. If Hokage-sama would allow a special training regimen for you too. Kurama Murakumo began suggesting. 2 pairs of icy glares pierced him, one from Minato and the other from Obito. Menma just stared at him. Who did this guy think he was? I don't need special training, Obito countered, feeling his emotions rising. Kami, this whole situation has gone from bad to worse. Nothing good comes out of these damn meetings. Menma-kun also doesn't, either. We're not simply tools for you to manipulate and use to your liking. We're still living, human beings. That's right, Lil Cold. Nay, you two are just different, but still the same person. Nothing has changed except for me and Kurama ni being inside you. Kakuo decided to cheer on his host. This Uchiha had a big heart and hadn't fallen to the curse of their clan like several others down the line. Obito happily agreed with his Biju silently. During his well-placed rant, his killer intent filled the room. In fact, some of the Gobi's killer intent flushed out from his host, making many pale and stare fearfully in Obito's direction. Menma slightly flinched to it and Minato hardly felt it, given he had experienced the Kyuubi's own several times before. Knowing that having an angered carrier was a bad idea, Minato decided to intervene and get his student to cool off. Obito, calm down, he said somewhat gently, watching the teenager take deep breaths to do just that. When the younger Uchiha was semi-composed and not leaking out killing intent that could be the size of a village, Minato turned back to his councilmen that were recovering from the leak itself. Do not worry yourselves over Obito's and Menma's case. Even though I am no longer a carrier, I am more profound with utilizing a Biju's power when they are cooperative with their host. I will assist them in bonding with their respective tailed beast. I believe that is the best course for this special training you have suggested, Kurama-san. HMPH, someone stole my name. Kurama snorted. Menma tried his hardest to not laugh at the irony. A few clan heads, Shikaku, Shuza, Sume and Hiyashi to name, seemed to agree to this idea. The man in question thought over the idea and grudgingly accepted it as it was. You'll teach them how to control their monsters? Asked a curious civilian member who was glaring at both of the boys. Not control, bond with them, Minato clarified. The latter scoffed. Why would we want them to bond with those creatures? They'll just end up destroying Konoha again. Yeah, they could let loose those demons and watch as Konoha falls again. We really ought to just kill those boys. Those things and be done with it. Another shouted, gaining support from the civilian council and a few from the shinobi council. Utatane Kaharu glared at the man who shouted such nonsense. You fools don't understand the power that Jinchuriki have. Outright killing them would derive us of a powerful shinobi and one potential, should he attend the academy and receive the proper training. It was thanks to her timed response that she saved that civilian from Minato's wrath, which had been quietly building up from his core. He calmed himself down and gave everyone his attention again. We will not be killing them. Anyone who tries will be the one who gets killed for harming a fellow Leaf Nin and citizen. Obito is a ninja under my command, and Menma will be attending the academy to improve his capabilities, the Yondaime said sternly. He will turn out to be a fine ninja. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, This doesn't change the fact that my nephew, if he can still be called that, still kept a secret from the rest of his clansmen in the council. That is unacceptable. Fugaku hastily reminded the Yondaime, but more so to his nephew, trying his best to keep the anger out of his voice but to no avail. Had he told us earlier, we would have. So what if I did or didn't? I had a valid reason, Fugaku. Obito cut the man off, grounding out the name on his teeth, his eyes blazing with the Sharingan activated. He knew he disrespected the clan head, but he didn't care. It was obvious that the teen was pissed off. And if you haven't realized it by now, I am a shinobi under the Hokage's command, not yours or this council, and don't have to answer to you anymore. Had I told you before, you'd have thrown me out or tried to warp me into some mindless weapon. I'm not as stupid as you think I am, uncle. Obito turned to his sensei, who had an impassive expression on his face but clearly watched everything unfold, met his gaze. My apologies for my abruptness, Hokage-sama, but I'm leaving. Recovering from the blunt rudeness displayed by the younger Uchiha, Fugaku glared at the standing teen. You can't do that. The Hokage hasn't dismissed us, young man. Return to your seat, now. Obito shot him a menacing glance. Again, I don't have to listen to you. Yup, definitely angry, and so, like every pissed-off teenager, whether they are shinobi or not, he decided to leave the room. Obito did so via shunshin, surprising everyone with his audacity, upsetting the people, except his sensei and nephew. Menma had to hold back a smirk and chuckle when his now-discovered fellow Jinchuriki literally disobeyed and left. There were cries of insolence and punishment floating around that Minato had to end it. He found the whole interaction between his student and his uncle quite amusing, except he hid said amusement under a frowning mask. Now that you all know why we had this meeting, we can see to Konoha's reconstruction and healing. I suppose it is safe to say that we can close the discussion here. But Hokage-sama, we'll have 2 demons running around in our village. Those 2 monsters will just end up killing people again. We can't trust them. They need to be watched and detained at all times. I won't let my kids be around those filthy. You will not repeat anything that has been said in this room. Everything you've heard, especially Menma's relation to me, unless the boy in question wants to speak of it, his and Obito's statuses and Jinchuriki, is an S-class secret. I will make this a law. If anyone so much as makes a hint or speaks a word of this gathering, you will be taken to T&I and dealt with. Minato began, cutting off the angered shouts from the civilians. I will also assign directions to my Anbu to execute any treacherous leakers as well. The only exceptions to this are myself, Uchiha Obito and Namikaze Menma. If they choose to tell of their conditions to anyone else, they may do so, but only at their discretion. Now then, this meeting, his voice laced with venom and his eyes narrowed angrily and his heavy, killing intent flooding the room once more, is adjourned. End of discussion. Hokage Tower. 2:16 p.m. All right, Naruto. I've completed the necessary paperwork for your official file. Minato said as he placed his writing utensil down. The privacy seals had been activated long while ago, and the pair of blondes, father and future son, were sitting in the Hokage office together. Naruto grinned wide. That's great, Dad. Now I can get my Jonin rank back. Slow down there, Junior. Naruto stopped cheering and looked at his grinning father. As much as I hate to say this, despite what happened earlier in with the meeting, the councilman will get suspicious if I suddenly up you to Jonin rank without enrolling you into the academy. I did tell you this before we went. Naruto groaned in protest. Yeah, but I have my old vest as proof of my hard-earned rank. And my Hite 8. Come on, Dad, you can make an exception for me. Please. Minato laughed heartily. This is coming from the boy who became Hokage. Hey, I reverted back to this dumb age and it wasn't my fault. Most of my emotions have converted back to this dummy down size. The smaller blonde shot back, eye twitching and pouting. Yes, I'm aware. But I'm serious, Naruto. It would look suspicious and I rather not deal with any more questions and complaints. However, seeing as they did seem impressed with your knowledge level when explaining the story, they'll probably allow you to attend the academy this term, since it started already a month ago. They believe you to be a prodigy like Uchiha Itachi if you can catch up, as the next term doesn't start until next year's March. Naruto rubbed his nose. Yeah? It's mostly thanks to my future knowledge then. I wasn't lying about the healing and the chakra transfer technique, by the way. I can heal but only when using yang release in that form I told you about, the Rikudo Senjutsu. Minato nodded. I'm aware. You healed me up during the attack, I remember. However, because of the strain of it, I don't want you using that form until you're older. You yourself said that, don't forget. Naruto nodded his head. Unless in dire emergencies, you may use it. Kurama is going to assist you when you use it, correct? Yeah, the furball will. But dang it, that means I'll have to be a damn. Language, Naruto, the older blonde admonished. I have to be in a genin again. This is so unfair. I bet the tests are different this time, too. No, it's the same curriculum from your time. The Henge, Kawarimi and Bunshin. However, each Jonin sensei has different objectives for their teams to reach in order to be qualified as a team. Naruto face-palmed and groaned irritably. Those techniques were so easy, he could do them in his sleep. I get it, but are you sure you can't just make me a chunin instead? No, son. I prefer if you actually go to the academy. You never know, you may see someone you know or have known from your world. Naruto didn't miss the underlying message of that, which was translated as, you need to move on with your life, boy. But there'll probably be so many stuck up, holier than thou, Uchiha and Hyuga there. He whined. His getting into the act was really spicing up his actual age's tendencies. Wasn't your best friend and previous wife also from those clans? Minato asked, pointing out the obvious. Naruto couldn't complain or argue against that, so he shut up. Listen, Naruto. I know you don't want to go back to the academy, but look at it this way. You'll be able to meet new friends, and if you do well, which I know you will, you can graduate early. Then you can move up the ranks easier and become the Jonin sensei for the future Team 7. Isn't that what you wanted to do? Yeah, I still do. But that place is like a prison for kids. Naruto sighed and sat back in his chair, crossing his arms. I know you told the council I go to the academy, but couldn't I just leave a cage Bunshin there and train myself elsewhere? I need to get back into shape, Dad. In order to have that control of both my abysmal chakra control and my other forms, I need to train. I need to be absolutely ready when I take on the Genin team. Naruto-kun, Sakura-chan and Sasuke-kun, he snickered silently to himself. He'd never referred to the Teme as kun, even if someone bribed him with ramen, but in this time, he was older than the baby in question. He might just get used to the suffix. Need to be strong just like they were in my world. If it helps, I can also help the instructors teach the students at the academy after my promotion so the rest of my friends can become better. Everyone in Rookie 9 were like a family to me. I don't want to lose any of them. Especially Hinata-chan, he added to himself. Minato acknowledged his son's determination. If he had been in his shoes, he would want the same thing. I understand, Naruto. Right now, I'm not sure how we will be able to fit you into the academic plan, as you still have a long way to go. Unless you're planning to play the prodigy card and graduate early as stated before? Yeah, I'll go with that. Man, it's going to be super boring. Naruto groaned again, resigning to his fate. Kami, he needed to stop thinking like the old Neji. Good, I'll make the necessary arrangements and get you enrolled. If I'm right, then Sasuke's brother, Itachi, is attending the academy, too. He's really young, I think like 4. Uchiha Itachi, right? Yes, he's already enrolled in the academy and excelling well, Minato said, knowing that the gears in his future son's mind were turning. Well, I guess it won't be too bad, the younger blonde said, remembering what he thought about during the meeting concerning the aforementioned Uchiha. I could befriend Itachi so Shisui won't be the only friend he has. That way if for some reason the massacre happens, I can lead him away from it. I don't find anything wrong with that, Naruto. In fact, he may need more friends. That boy, whenever I look at him, I feel as if Danzo had taken him to Root and then back. It's a tad unnerving. Yeah, speaking of, aren't you going to disband Root? Sarutobi Gigi in my time did, but Danzo still kept them hidden somewhere and operating. Minato shook his head at the question. As much as Danzo's methods of keeping Konoha battle ready and having views of militarism are off-key, as I put it, he still has Konoha's best interests at heart, son. I've discovered his root operations before and I've already managed to get the man to stop using those silencing seals on his ninja. I don't like his methods of training them, and I've had a compromise with him that will allow his root to continue as long as those people are treated fairly and like human beings still, rather than emotionless. killing machines as he originally wanted and have them remain as registered shinobi for Mai in his eyes only, then hidden. I've regarded Root to be similar to a harsher, bootcamp version of Anbu. Naruto grimaced, but his father made a point. Members of Root were strong and thoroughly trained, if his interaction with his world's Sai was any indication to go by. He had purposely disbanded the rest of Root after the war, removed the seals off the members and had them reinstated as true shinobi in Konoha. Most of them were willing to be used by their Hokage, much to Naruto's chagrin. Still, he couldn't argue over his father's decision. Why didn't the Sandaime think of this before? Maybe the stress of my dad's passing and his decision to return to the Hokage office had effect on him. I see. Well, then Dad, when do I start the dreaded Academy of All Children's Death? Minato gave him one of Kakashi's eye smiles. You'll start next week, Menma. This will give us time to buy enough clothes and supplies for you and Naruto-kun as well as officially settling in. Naruto beamed a grin at his father. Despite how confusing it still was, he was happy. He had a family now, something he's always wanted before he married and after. During his old life, both of those opportunities were taken from him. This time, he would protect them. They were a gift from Kami and he'd be damned if anything happened to them. Unless it was a natural death, he'd prevent as much as he could. He still wished his mother were still alive to complete their odd family of 4, but he'd get used to this. He would have to since he was here to stay and now that he had a little brother figure to spoil silly. Naruto wondered if it was a good idea to inform his father he was the prankster king in his time. Nah, better to keep that information to himself and pass on his legacy of pranking to his younger self. Great. While Naruto-chan's growing up, I'll teach him everything he'll need to know, too. Naruto flashed his father his evil smirk. Minato saw it, frowned and began to shudder. What was behind that smirk that made him feel so irked? He had a feeling his future son was up to something. Probably nothing good, given that look. Naruto, whatever you're planning, stop it. Hey, I'm not up to no good. Trust me, Naruto-chan and I will liven up this village in no time. Minato had no doubt about that. But why did he feel an ominous and dreadful feeling creeping up on his back? Oh well, it wouldn't be that bad, would it? He was sure he could handle it. 6 years later, Minato stood in his office, facing the window. It had been a good afternoon so far. He had his tea, a good lunch with his sons earlier, and ever since his future one told him the secret of the cage bunchen to help him with paperwork, he'd never felt better. It was a huge stress reliever in more ways than one. But now, another headache came to him and it was in the form of the Hokage monument. It had been painted several, muli colors with the shodem having orange, scribbled swirls on his face and green hearts above his head with the forehead having a crosshatch pattern. The Nidaime, his ancestor, with blue teardrops and dog ears painted around his head and his hapori having pink strokes upon it. The Sandaime had a nosebleed coming out of his head's nose and brown paint splattered on messily but in the attempted shape of a flower. Lastly, his own head on the monument had painted whisker marks on the cheeks, pink eyes and red polka dots in the hair. Using his enhanced vision, Minato spotted the culprits responsible for the deed. Both pairs of blonde, whisker-marked boy were leaping across building tops, being chased by several ninja of the Chunin, Jonin and Anbu rank. Each had 2 paint cans and brushes, all the while laughing at the game of tag. Not to mention, both were wearing orange of all colors. And he was still wondering how Menma was able to get Naruto to leap over rooftops so easily. His little boy was a 6-year-old for goodness sake. Also, wasn't the older boy a Chunin now? He shook his head in exasperation. No matter what, Menma was still a child and he supposed he wanted to enjoy something of his childhood. But why did it have to be pranking? They certainly are livening up things, aren't they? Sarutobi said with a low chuckle, amused when he spotted the colorful monument. Indeed, Minato said with a low sigh. How could he have missed the signs his future son gave him 6 years ago? Of all the things to inherit from his mother, he also got the idea to become a prankster. And he had let the boy rope his younger son into his antics. Now he had to deal with 2 pranksters. Shouts of, "Namikaze Menma," and, "Namikaze Naruto," echoed throughout the village from the angered ninja chasing the 2 in question. Minato groaned and felt his headache coming on. Hokage-sama, his secretary burst into the room with a panicking expression. Walking in behind her was his former students, all having different looks to them. Rin was frowning, Kakashi looked bored and currently reading his next edition of Icha Icha Violence, and Obito was grinning wide. He had been a pranking king during his younger days and was silently praising the two twerps for their ingeniousness. This was one of the biggest ones in Konoha's history yet, and it was done by two kids wearing a "kill me now" orange jumpsuit. How they avoided being caught doing that and avoiding several shinobi now was beyond him. Those two are great, Minato-sensei. I should show them some of my old pranks to get them going. Obito laughed. He stopped when said sensei turned to glare at him. Or not. Minato resigned himself to face palm. What have I done? THSTA all for now. If you enjoy then please like, share and do comments.